Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Check, check, check. I think we're working here. I think we're up and running. Battling with a little bit of tech issues. Well, it looks like we're still pretty early for this event. Things haven't really taken off yet, and kind of hope they don't, but you never know with this. Gotcha. All right, good. That's great. It's perfect. Well, hello, everybody. We could be in for a long stream. We may not. I kind of think we are, though. It almost seems kind of certain at this point, truthfully. We're in the early stages, I'll say that much. But we have a 2-day severe weather threat, pretty significant one at that. We have an enhanced risk today with the threat of also strong tornadoes. Oh, let me get this fixed up really quickly. But here's today's enhanced risk. Stretches all the way from the Midwest and heads down into the western parts of the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, deep south, Ozarks. A lot going on there today. Here's that significant tornado threat to go along with it. 10% areas, 2 of them now. And then we also have a significant wind and even a hail threat to go along with it. So we're already seeing these storms kind of line up into squalls here. And then we're going to probably end up seeing a lot of damaging winds as a result. We do need to be on the lookout for any prefrontal cells, however, because this is where our significant tornado threat will be highest. Then, just in general, and I really didn't talk much about this, but there is a significant winter weather threat with this too. A lot of gradient wind energy to go along with it as well. So it's going to be a lot to cover here. We're going to try to actually pull up some feeds from the winter side of this as well. Maybe I should change the title of this too, because there's plenty to talk about here. But keep in mind, that's just day 1. Day 2 is even crazier because we get this. We get a moderate risk that pops up here to go along with it. And with this moderate risk, we have the threat of, once again, strong to potentially violent tornadoes as well, with even a moderate risk driven tornado threat. I honestly think tomorrow's threat is more impressive than today's threat, which is saying a lot. And then also the wind threat is going to be palpable as well. We're going to still see a squall line, but the potential for discrete supercells is actually higher, which isn't always that common when it comes to our troughs and our cold fronts. We'll get into the logistics of the setup a little bit later, if time allows. But again, dynamic setup. We got winter weather and severe weather expected here. There's even a chance that severe weather hits my area tonight, tomorrow morning. And then we also get the potential for snow flurries to come behind it. If that isn't dynamic to you, I don't know what is. And then by the time we get into Tuesday, this is all done. We've cleared out finally. But long way to go. But for right now, our attention is going to be mainly shifted across, or centered, I should say, across this squall line here that's along our cold front. We're mainly going to be watching for embedded cells and also watching for discrete action out ahead of it. Hi, Deborah. Gradient wind is ripping in Ohio. It's been like that the last couple of days, John. Hey, Justin. Oh, and if anyone's wondering, my camera's finally on the fritz. I think the cord, the USB cord I have connected to it has a short in it, so I might be able to fidget with it and make it work again, but I already know we're on borrowed time at this point. The stand for it was actually, or not even a stand, I would call it a clip at this point, was already broken. So I already knew that Well, I already knew what was coming. I mean, you could see the writing on the wall at that point. But, it is what it is. We're going to make do with what we have, and we're going to upgrade whenever it's possible. That's all we really can do at this point with our small channel. Well, Justin, since you're here, I wonder what you're thinking. Obviously, I know you're not able to make it out there today. You already told me. But I'm wondering what you're thinking. What do you think you're going to get? Do you think it's going to be just that line, or do you think something's going to pop off out ahead of it? Because this is what you're looking like right now. Well, that's one plus. That is definitely one plus, John. Let me grab my phone so I can get it in charge here. Guys, honestly, with the no camera thing, it kind of feels like the old days. Like when I first started this channel. I didn't do a face reveal until I got to 500 subs, so this is kind of a throwback in a way. Yeah, I agree with you, Justin. I just want to see what you were thinking. And then also, we're still waiting on this line to mature. It really hasn't yet. But I think it's only a matter of time, too. Speaking of which, I just thought about it. Is Jai live today? We might be able to at least get his feed, possibly. I think PA Storm Trackers went back home. They were out for a while, so they need a little R&R because we know that we're just getting into the start of spring. Having these long stretches is going to be brutal. You don't want to burn yourself out early into the season. And we have our first tornado warning of the stream here. This is radar indicated in Missouri. This is for the counties of Douglas, Howell, and southeastern Texas County in central Missouri. So this is capable of producing both straight line winds and a possible tornado 7 miles northwest of Willow Springs. Is moving east at 45 miles an hour. So some areas impacted here will be Mountain View, Willow Springs, Kabul, Errol, and Clear Springs. This will be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Time. If there are enough storms, if they could latch on. Yeah, I mentioned that in last night's discussion. We ended up kind of going over my thoughts on it. And I was thinking about a lot of merger potential, particularly. Because there was a lot of convection being played up on some of the convective models, especially the HRRR. Wish I could have waited longer for the NAM to come in, but it loads so slow. That's the one problem I have, is that the NAM, it's a decent model, but its upload time is ridiculous. I guess that's the downside of having like 60 scans. If we actually take a look at this storm, though, it's kind of looking like it wants to take on that embedded supercell structure. It's still kind of in a sloppy phase, like it's maturing still. But I definitely can see where the inflow is, and I can kind of see where it's trying to kind of break down a little bit into its own little thing. You can see the shear line there, and you can see where the rotation is going to be strong. It's kind of towards the south side of the cell, like you would expect. See if there are any storms out ahead of it. Honestly, I think it's just these two storms merging. we put this into a loop, we can kind of see it a little better. Yeah, it's that little bit of convection towards the south side that's popped up. Maybe it's formed a little bit of an outflow boundary there, and that's how things got going. Computer sounds like it's running a little hot already. That's a bit concerning. But the internet connection's been refreshed, so I think we should be good on frames tonight. We'll just have to remember to do that again for tomorrow, hopefully. And that really depends on if I end up going into work. Which really I don't think we should, but I'm not upper management, so I think it would honestly be a waste if they tried to call us in. If it does drop something, I think it's going to be pretty brief. Yeah, because this little dog leg represents the outflow, and the inflow is right here. So yeah, this is all forming on the outflow boundary. If this does do anything, I think it actually could be a gustnado. Because if I draw it out, even though we're not seeing it fully on radar yet, let me see if I can draw it out. Get that out of the way so I can get a better look. I would assume that the outflow boundary would be somewhere around here. It's kind of a weak area here. It's probably a little too far south. But where the best rotation is would be right about here. I probably exaggerated the outflow boundary a little bit. But probably somewhere up in here is the outflow boundary. We have the inflow coming in here. This is where the warm area is, where I have the arrow pointed. And that's where our spin is, because the outflow boundary is pushing air out, obviously. So that's where our rotation is going to end up being. As far as I know today, we haven't had a single tornado report yet. In fact, let me check something, because I think WeatherWise also has a new feature. Yep, they do have it. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty cool. I like that they have this now. Alright, so one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can try to find some chasers that we could look at if we have any feeds available. We aren't about stealing any sort of footage from anyone, but if there's anyone that we know, we'll see if we can get in there today. Question is, who is out there? I don't really see a lot of people I'm familiar with live, or people that I'm fond of. I just see mainly the big dogs out there. Honestly, there aren't that many people chasing today. At least on our end. We only have some of the, I wouldn't call them lower end guys, but like we kind of have a lot more like the high end chasers, I guess you would say, or the more well known chasers. Yeah, I don't see anyone on here right now. We'll just try to use DOT cameras today, then I guess. I guess that's our going to be our play here. Severe thunderstorm warnings are really starting to pile on now. I think we're just getting into the beginning of this event now, I'd say. Oh, so they do have traffic cameras. Hoping they have some over here. Survey says no. Well, at least not on weather-wise yet. I feel like it's coming. If I'm being honest, a lot of guys are actually covering the blizzard side of this. We should kind of talk about that too. Because I didn't really go over the discussion with that there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the conditions here to go along with it. Oh, wow. You can't see anything. So one thing that this storm system has is a lot of wind, and I mean a lot. So just in case anyone's curious, this is I-35 northbound at Road 9 here. This is in Minnesota, by the way. Crazy conditions ongoing over there. In fact, throughout the last few days, some of you guys have commented to me just what's been going on over towards the Ohio Valley and Midwest. So I'm not surprised to see this early on. Look at the camera shaking. There's a chance that some of these guys could be dealing with potentially up to 50, 60 mile per hour gust, especially in this orange area here. So here's the winter weather situation here. In fact, actually, let me just go into full-on composite mode so you can see the full scope of the wintry side of this. Because it's pretty huge in its own right. Look at that. There's our rain snow line, and right behind that, there is all of the snow. And then if we were to, let me move this over here to the right. So that way I can still have some of the other overlays that I need. Honestly, didn't know they had the traffic camera feature on here. That's actually really cool. But what I was going to say, though, was what we want to look for. Brain isn't working. What we want to look for is the wind speeds here. Now, I will say this. We're looking at sustained winds right now, but in my honest opinion, these are clearly higher than what's being shown. We're looking at 120. We're only looking at not 100. I'm losing my mind here. Looking at 29 miles an hour, some 37 mile per hour winds here. I do think that with the gust being added into the mix, we're probably dealing with something maybe closer to 40. And if you sustain this for several hours, that's officially getting into blizzard criteria here. And like I said, there is a lot of wind energy across the board here. If you look across the map and put it into a wide view, look at that. You got plenty of 29 to 35 plus mile per hour winds. Over towards Kansas, we got 44 currently right now. And we're expecting this to continue. So whiteout conditions are going to be likely here across our winter weather area. Our tornado warning remains in effect, by the way, folks. This is still radar indicated, so no changes as of right now. Still need to watch this very closely, though. I'm especially interested in this area over here, where we could get prefrontal cells as well. So definitely interested in that southern mode as time goes on here, especially as we get towards that quad state region. So what am I going to do here? I need to get these wind speeds off of here for right now. Okay, so these little yellow and orange boxes are the wind reports. Oh wow, we got a measured gust already of about 63 here in Oklahoma. This is towards the southern end of the line. Then we also had a 50 there, just below severe. Yeah, already got quite a bit of severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, I think I'm going to put this right here where my camera would be. Just to make things feel a little bit better. But more so, we just want to be able to kind of scroll through our list of warnings here. We're going to make this work. And we have a new tornado warning over here now. This is towards the southern end. This is in Arkansas. This one is for the counties of Howard and Sevier. This is located 7 miles north of Locksburg and it's in effect until 4:30. Some locations that we'll have to include is Jerks, Coroneth, Center Point, Lebanon, Provo, and Muddy Fork. And do I hear a third tornado warning now? Alright, so this is actually the same one. Yep, and this is actually just north of the storm where we have a new cell with an additional tornado warning. This one is for the counties of Shannon and Texas now. So we have 2 cells along the line now that with the potential to produce a tornado. Labeling's pretty much going to be the same, but now we have a warning that's in effect until 4:30 Central Time. So we need to be watchful in Ozark, National Scenic Riverways, Yukon, Acres, Hartshorn, and also Eunice. So it's picking up, and it's picking up pretty fast. Like I said, we're in for probably a very long day, if I'm being truthful. Look at that Joker shake right there. Look at that camera. Let's see if we can get a view of anything in Missouri. Hey, what's up, Isaiah? Glad you could make it. And we got a fourth one now. It's yet another tornado warning. This one is in Missouri as well, heading into Illinois. This one's radar indicated. This is for, actually it's in Illinois now, it's right on the line. But this is for Calhoun, Jersey, and East Central Lincoln counties. Again, it's right on the state line. This is located near Winfield. Locations will be Winfield, Foley, Bleachville, Batchtown, Brussels, Meppen, Nutwood, Grafton, Fielden, Otterville, McCluskey, Jerseyville, and Delhi. This also includes the Pierre Marquette State Park. This is in effect until 4:45 Central Time. We're at least 4 right now. There might have been a 5th that just got issued as well. So it's picking up, and it's picking up pretty fast. And then the crazy thing is we didn't really talk about the wintry side of this system. Yeah, we're sitting at 4, I think, still. That's 1, that's 2, 3, 4. At the moment, nothing's on the ground, at least. That's when things are really going to start picking up, if we get a few touchdowns here. I haven't really seen much in the way of discrete cells. Oh, they just issued a Tor watch for you. Oh, boy. Alright, let's see what we can find over here in Missouri, by the way. Probably just got issued, or in your case, it probably got issued within the last hour, I'd say. Because watches didn't really start until just before my stream went live. Or maybe there was like 1 watch, but that's really about it. You got an 80-50 in regards to wind or tornado threat. Let me see that. Oh, okay, there we go. So you got an 80% chance of tornadoes, 50% chance of hail. Yep. Oh, yep. So, yeah, it just got issued. I was right. Okay. Oh, the Arkansas storm has quite a bit of hail with it. Let's go ahead and have a look at it. Let's see if we got a good radar sight on it. I'm liking the Arkansas side a little bit better. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Kind of broken up on the velocity side. I can't really see a whole lot. I mean, I can kind of see it. It's not great. It's not the greatest radar image I've seen, but it'll do. It's decipherable, and that's really what matters. And this thing literally just popped up too, so it's going to be hard to really get a good history on it. Yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit better with reflectivity more so than velocity. You can see how that tail kind of starts to spin a little bit if you look really closely. Got to have trained eyes for that one, though. Okay. So 4 tornado warnings right now. We're still in the early stage of the event here. Like I said, I'm still trying to find cameras over here, if it's at all possible. Okay, there we go. I think we're good. And the crazy thing is, over towards the western half of Missouri especially, if I change this over to winter weather radar, watch this. There's the line of storms, and there's the snow starting to enter the state. Talk about a dynamic storm. Alright, so there's our update on a new tornado warning here. On our, previous tornado warning. That has been allowed to continue. This is still radar indicated right now in Missouri. This is in Shannon and Texas counties. And just as I predicted in the discussion last night, these storms are going to be hauling the mail. This one's moving at 60 miles per hour. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. But truthfully, I'm not surprised to see that speed. And I anticipate most of these storms being moving at a similar speed. It's not as many cameras over here. Over towards south central parts of Missouri. So this could be a little problematic in regards to trying to cover it. The other thing is these cameras don't really specify where or which direction that they're facing. And that's really the problem I have right now. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, now. This also has a tornado possible tag, so we need to watch this very closely. This is over towards Hempstead, Howard, Central Little River, Nevada, and Sevier counties. This is up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts now. Storm itself, its forward motion is kind of slower than some of the others. We're at 45 miles an hour. But it's a pretty wide area that we're dealing with now. We got Nashville, Mineral Springs, Jerks, Wilton, Blevins, Tollette, Washington, Ben Lomond, Corinth, Centerpoint, Saratoga, Oak Grove, Catskill, Lausanne, Oak Haven, Bright Star, Browntown, Silver Ridge, and Muddy Fork. Trying to see if I can find at least one camera that's working over here in Missouri that's out ahead of the storms here, but so far I've had no luck. There's so many cameras over here, but none of them are where I need them to be. Is that it right here? No. If I'm being honest right now, Isaiah, I haven't really seen much in the way of any prefrontal action. All the convection seems like it's a bit capped off. Yeah, we have people in Indiana and Ohio that have been talking about big time winds over the last couple of days here. Is that a new one? Or is that the same one? Yeah, it's the same one. It remains in effect. We're still looking at a radar indicated storm at this point. We're getting close to the radar site, so it's going to be a little bit harder to read this, but I can still see something kind of going on here. It's a little bit more sheared out, though. Gosh, I just wish I could have gotten a camera over here. That's not what I want. I want the radar, not. I want the radar, not the warning details. It looks like almost kind of like outflow boundaries kind of formed over towards Arkadelphia, but I haven't seen anything major just yet, though. The concern, I think, at this point for you might be more mergers than anything else, because I don't know if these storms are going to mature fast enough to be completely discrete. But of course, only way is at this point now is to find out. We pretty much milked all the info that we could get from models. Uh-oh. Of course, when I'm trying to pick up my phone so I can charge. Okay, so let's see. Are we still at 4? Yeah, we're at 4. Well, technically 5, but that's essentially for the same storms, it looks like. Yeah, I think this is all the same section. These two got extended here. Yeah, I think it's going to be mostly a merger game today. Mergers are going to be the main thing we're watching. Yep. There's our extension on that warning to off to the north. We have the southern one on the line as well. It's getting an extension. It's getting into a radar hole here a bit because we're going to be on the edge of Paducah and also Springfield's radar in just a little bit. So not great. And then also this spot over here towards St. Louis radar. There's a little bit of a blind spot right there. Or not even a blind spot, but it's a spot that's less optimal, I should say. It's going to be at the edge of all three of the radars here for a little bit, so it's going to be harder to read what's going on in southeastern parts of Missouri. Do wish that could get fixed. Wish we could get a radar a little bit closer. Maybe towards like North Arkansas wouldn't hurt. Just to kind of clean up that radar hole. Oh wow, look over here in Kansas. We have several wind reports here that are non-thunderstorm related where we're above 60 miles an hour. So that again, that just goes to show how strong this system actually is. It's honestly amazing to think about. Okay, so that's where our 70 mile per hour gust is with that. Or at least our radar indicated 70 is. Yeah, I don't really have any cameras over here in Missouri. I've tried. But everything that I look at is either facing eastbound or it's not close enough to get a good view of the storm yet. Nor is most of these near a tornado warning. Or, of course, the classic situation of the cameras being down, which, we already know the deal here. Trying to see if there's any way I could keep that going, but, it's an uphill battle. And even then, none of these views are really stand out, you know? They're not, it's nothing great, but I'm just going to put one up here, just for good measure. Okay, let's see if I can find my overlay for. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Let's make a little adjustment there. Alright, sure thing. Alright, there we go. Alright, I got that. I finally got that up and running. Like I said, it's not a great view, but it's the best that I can do for right now. Kind of limited on things today. I think we'll have better options tomorrow if we're able to be live. But, gotta cross that bridge to get there. Also, I see we're up to 13 likes. Would love to see if we could get to 15 soon. Anyone that hasn't hit that like button, definitely urge you to do so. Also, share the stream. Especially if you know anybody in the path of the storm. Definitely would love to try to help where I can. We got a second considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and this actually looks like it's on the way to Little Rock, by the way, folks. No tornado possible tag with that, but we do have the threat of golf ball sized hail with this one. This is all radar indicated, of course. So this is the first time in a while I've actually taken a look at VILs. But you can see it right here. Pretty high ice, vertically integrated liquid values. As I mentioned before, that's what VIL actually is. Nice little hail core within that storm here. If you look at it on reflectivity, you can see that we're getting into the pink and dark reds here pretty easily, which is usually a good indicator of heavy rain and sometimes a little bit beyond that. Like I said, at this point, no threat of a tornado. But definitely need to be keeping a close eye on things. If you want to show what your sky looks like, Isaiah, feel free to show it on Discord, and maybe I'll even show it on stream with permission. I would still anticipate the sky being pretty clear over towards your area for a little bit before the storms would roll in. You have several hours to go, most likely. Hang on a minute now. As I look at this, by the way, I do start to see some cells beginning to form here. Obviously, they're not in the mature stage, but that does warrant attention. I mentioned before, this is the environment that's kind of suited to let these things kind of take off a bit. So if these take off, then we're really getting into some action here. So Corey's live still. Just a reminder, all tornado warnings right now are currently radar indicated. We don't have anything that is on the ground, nothing close to really being reported on the ground. Storm spotters are in the area of all of these storms at this moment in time, too. Like I said, we kind of got what we got right now. We're just kind of holding station here at the moment. Just got a 60-mile-per-hour storm wind gust in green. I think this is on the eastern side of Missouri here. Do what you got to do, Isaiah. I appreciate that. Just happy you're watching, man. I'm gonna grab myself a little quick snack or something in a little bit. Or maybe a quick little bowl of food. I think we're gonna also put some music on now. I think we're about at that point. It's getting a little quiet. Also, we're trying to prepare for tomorrow's live stream as well. I really think tomorrow has the potential of being a really big day. We'll say that as well. Alright, I will be right back. I'm going to grab myself a little more food. So that way we're nice and fueled up for the rest of the stream. Might get another snack maybe in between, depending on how this goes. If we go like really long and like really far in the range. But I'll be right back. We're keeping the radar on full screen. Alright, we're back, and it looks like things are slowing down on the tornado side for a little bit. We know that we're going to be dealing with this in spurts, though, so it doesn't mean that this is the end of the stream. We're just getting into really the very beginnings of it. Like I said, the main area that I'm really watching right now is where we're starting to see these new showers and storms popping up ahead of this main line here. I do think that tornadoes are possible amongst this main line, but anything that pops out in front of it is really going to be what we're watching closely. Just a reminder again, guys, you want to help support the channel. Oh, we have an observed 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, by the way. We'll hold that thought here for a minute. This is back towards Texas on the southern end of that line here. We have our first 60-mile. We have an observed 60-mile-per-hour gust. It's not the first one. This storm also has a tornado possible tag and a nice little inflow area. It looks kind of dog-leggy, like it might go outflow dominant, but tornado is still possible with this. There is an inflow notch to go with it, so we do need to watch that closely. Could be the first Texas tornado warning today. We're starting to get an interesting view also if you look closely at that Missouri camera, by the way. You can see the skies beginning to darken off to the north, because that camera is facing northbound. So we will need to be watching near that I-41 corridor. We are down to that one tornado warning at this moment. How you doing, G, bro? They do sometimes, and you guys do have an enhanced risk over towards that region. Look at day one again. Well, actually, correction. Scroll back out so I can get a better view. But there's just too much going on here on the screen. Dayton's in the slight risk. The enhanced risk is about maybe a couple hundred miles away from you, so that could end up being the case. I'm not going to rule it out, but we'll see what happens. It really depends on how much energy is left over. We have a tornado report, by the way, or funnel cloud report, I should say. Now, one interesting thing that isn't really talked about enough, and even I don't talk about it when it goes to the outlooks, do you have to remember that that talks about 25 to, I think it's 25 or 50 miles within a given point? And then as that line moves, you know that's kind of a moving target as well. You never know. You never know what you're going to get. So it really is close enough. I'm so glad they finally have hail report. They have severe reports on here, so now we could probably do hail streams again. I appreciate you becoming a member, Big Worm. Or Worm. We all agreed that we would call you Worm. For reasons. I think we're going to allow that tornado warning to go ahead and expire soon from the looks of it. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag here. Honestly, wow. Yeah, it's been a minute, hasn't it? Where has all the time gone, man? I appreciate you, man. I really do. Appreciate all of you, really. I'm just happy to be able to keep doing this. Would have loved to have grown a little bit more since 3 years ago, but, you know. I feel like we were actually at a better place 3 years ago than now, but, you know. Do this for the love of the game at the end of the day, you know? So it is what it is. Man, I seriously can't believe that you've been here that long. That's awesome, though. To anyone, whether you've been here also, whether it's been for a few years or just a few minutes even, just want to say thank you. If nothing else, just thank you for watching me for even 5 seconds. Even to the people that don't like me, heck, appreciate it. Honestly, it does. It was a lot more simple back in 2023, and everything else just kind of started going crazy. And it looks like we have a new tornado warning. It's in Florida. That's a little earlier than expected here. But that is quite the surprise. There is a risk for tornadoes in Florida, by the way, today, too. So this one, we're looking at a radar indicated warning with 1-inch hail potential in Seminole County. This is in effect until 6:15 Eastern Time. It's located over Lake Mary, so there is a chance we could have a water spout out of this, too. So this is going to be heading into Sanford, Winter Springs, and Castleberry within the next 8 minutes. Also, we have to watch Heathrow as well. There's a little surprise for you. And there's a mess of activity going on right now. Look at all that. Just a huge conglomerate of storms. That's really the best way to describe it. And it looks like our line of thunderstorms has now reached I-41, or Highway 141 now. Yeah, it's I-41. I keep wanting to think 141. The font on that's weird. But our line of storms has now reached I-41 at 8B here. This is in northeastern and eastern parts of Missouri. So, the state is soon going to be clear of the severe weather threat, and now going to be dealing with snow within the next few hours. Pretty surreal, huh? Is the music too loud, by the way, guys? Just want to make sure that we're good there. Looks like we have police on I-35, by the way, where the winter weather's going on. Oh, wow. We have a non-thunderstorm wind gust, by the way, that's gone up to 51 miles an hour towards Central Illinois Airport in McLean County. This was reported 1 hour ago before the storms even got there. Well, I think the tornado threat over towards this region is going to be a little bit lower. I still think that severe thunderstorm warnings and maybe a spin up is still possible here as well. Because the threat area, if you look again, stretches all the way up into parts of Chicago, even into parts of southern Michigan. So it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to believe that we could get some warnings up here before all said and done. Again, I just can't thank you guys enough for tuning in. Know that everybody and their mom is on streaming this right now. Some are streaming more of the winter weather threat here too, which, I mean, to be fair, I can understand why. I'm surprised we don't have more cameras in Iowa. Looks like the worst of that line has just about already moved through where our camera is. Like I said, the entire state of Missouri should be in the clear soon. Alright, so I guess since we're still... I guess we're looking at that only the tornado warning. And no, we still got one in Arkansas. Oh, that's a nice little feature right there. Let's actually go ahead and see if we can't shift our attention to the Arkansas DOT here. Oh, that storm's actually looking a little bit better over here. And this is heading towards St. Louis now. So we have a We have a tornado warning that's heading right into a large metropolitan area. This is still radar indicated here. But nonetheless, though, if you're in the city of St. Louis or know anybody there, definitely give them a call. Tell them to take shelter because this storm's going to be on them quick. In fact, if they don't hurry, time's going to be up. Don't see anything super prolific on velocity, but we're also close to the radar site, so it always is hard to see. Yeah, that's a nasty little hook just to the south here. I can't really tell what's going on because how close we are to the radar site. I don't know if I would call this a signature yet or if it's noise. But either way, we got something going on here. We have rotation going on here at the very least. Although it's really hard to get a good look at it. Just the positioning of the radar is just in a bad spot. It's nothing that's wrong with the radar. It's just being so close, the curvature of the Earth works to our detriment in this case. I think we have another radar indicated tornado warning in Florida. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so we got two of them now. This is awfully close to Sanford. The rotation isn't incredibly tight, but it is there. So Florida's got its own little motion going here with severe weather today. We do need to watch that very closely. Again, as I mentioned before, a lot of the southeast is under a threat for severe weather today. A lot of these storms are going to be moving from a south to north motion here. And eventually, as we go forward, we'll be watching Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi with prefrontal cells as we head later into the evening. We look over towards my neck of the woods. We haven't seen anything pop up yet here, but you do have a special weather statement already in South Carolina as well. These are relatively small cells in the moment, but these have the potential to kind of blossom into something more significant over time. Like I said, it's kind of the same deal with Alabama right now, and I only anticipate things to pick up. We have a nice little hook right here, an embedded storm that's really picking up over towards Conway as well. We need to watch. Oh boy, here we go. We're up to 5 tornado warnings again. That storm towards Texas that we were watching might have finally gotten its warning now. It's not a surprise at all. In fact, there it is right there. This one is also radar indicated at the moment. This is for Greg Harrison in central Upshur County. This is located over Clarksville City, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This is mostly expected to be in rural areas, but we need to still be watchful nonetheless. Farmsteads are still going to be at risk. In fact, some of these storms further off towards the south, they look like embedded supercells, so we might need to watch these. And this whole area also has a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for hail. All of it radar indicated, but you also could be dealing with the threat of golf ball sized hail, possibly even larger. That's not what I wanted to do. It's almost like Twitter doesn't want to work right now for me. This is not good. All right, here we go. Yeah, I think we're getting into a little bit of a hot streak here. Everything seems like it's starting to pick up now. We're up to 6 again. I don't necessarily see the same kind of dog leg that I saw earlier. If it did drop something, it was relatively quick. And right now, at least, that particular southern end of rotation, since it looks like there's like 3 of them, is probably not going to hit St. Louis proper directly. But anything along this line could easily do it. We're definitely going to see damaging winds out of this from the looks of it, though. The way that edge is kind of forming up definitely kind of makes me lean into that thought. Just thankfully after this, though, St. Louis will be done with their severe threat. So if there's any positive to be had, there you go. There's one storm towards Alton that's had tornado warnings for most of the day. It looks like we're going to have a hard time being able to see anything with it because it's still kind of stuck in that radar hole. I'm going to guess maybe something broad is up in there, maybe in there too, but it's so hard to see. I hate it when the radar's too far out of range in either sense. We go with Springfield here. Not great. We just looked at Paducah. Not great. Not a great look. So, a little bit of a challenge there. I honestly think Springfield has the best look on this so far. You can see a little something right up in there. You can see something maybe right about here. It's hard to say at this point, though. It's a real pain. It's a real pain when you're in a radar hole. I know that much. Kind of have this sheared out a little bit, but over towards I-40 north, I think this is where we still have the potential for a spin up there. And we're about to check back in with Florida after we take a look at the Texas storm here, because I really think the Longview storm is probably the best one we've seen so far today. Oh, wow. 29 mics, 22 miles. It's getting pretty close. We did talk about the potential of this happening, where it would be coming while you're at work. So we're not surprised by this, but you know, just one of those things. But yeah, it's staying pretty linear where you're at, though, so there's some good news to be had at least. That one looks like it's kind of coming apart just a little bit for right now. It could recycle, though. That little dog leg does lead me to think, with the backward C, makes me think outflow dominance. All right, good on you, Isaiah. It's very good on you. Good on your part. That sounds weird now. Daggone it. 2 hour, I only, not even 2 hours in, only an hour and a half in, and I'm losing it. And this is only the beginning. And somehow we've dropped 500 frames. What the heck? It just looks like a mess of storms over here. Can't really tell what's going on, hardly. It's a little shear line right here, but that's about it. I don't see any like imminent rotation with this. So this should be allowed to expire theoretically. We already have a meso discussion for heavy rainfall over here towards the southern end of Florida. Maybe not quite to the Keys, but over towards Miami and Fort Myers, so for sure. Oh, there's already flooding being reported in Punta Gorda. What a picture. Honestly, what a picture. There's so much going on right now. Between the severe weather and the winter weather combined, there's actually a snow squall warning over here towards Kansas City. Let's see if we can actually get a look at that. I do still have DLT for Missouri up. Close that camera out. Just north of Kansas City. That's not it. I think those cameras might actually be down. I actually think those cameras are down. Dang it, I was trying to get a camera there so bad over towards where the snow squall warning is. Sorry guys, I just couldn't get it. So frustrating. Northern Missouri is pretty rural, so I mean it's understandable, but daggone it. And besides, wherever those cameras are, where the only two spots where cameras are available, the cameras are actually down. I think the winds might have actually took them out. No, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm starting to see more of those towards like central Arkansas, maybe eastern Arkansas as well. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Oh, you're looking at exactly what I was mentioning a little bit earlier. So we're down to 5 tornado warnings. We're getting updates on them as we speak. The most promising of the bunch still looks like it might be the Longview storm. We could have rotation on the backside of this here on the line. That's pretty wild. It's pretty impressive too. Oh, you sent a pic. All right, well, mind if I show it on the stream? Oh, oh, that one's actually ramping up, is it? All right. Give me 1 second. I want to see what this storm is Isaiah's talking about over towards South Carolina. Because they do have a 2% with a hatched risk. Oh boy. We got our first tornado warning into Illinois now. This is the storm that was going through St. Louis right now with the potential for tornadoes. We're still at the radar indicated phase though, so nothing immediately on the ground there. But we're looking at Madison and St. Clair counties now being under the gun here. We have Cathoya, East St. Louis, Centreville, Granite City, Belleville, Casseyville, Pontoon Beach, Fairview Heights, Collinsville, Edwardsville, Swansea, Shiloh, Maryville, Glen Carbon, Troy, O'Fallon, Muscatuya. I hope I have that pronounced right. Lebanon and Highland under the gun with this storm as well. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at your storm, Isaiah. And then we're going to show the picture that Justin had just sent us of the tornado warning in Conway, Arkansas. I was looking at this earlier. It looks like it's actually weakened because it looked stronger about 2 scans ago. There is another one over here towards Lancaster that's trying to get its act together, but it's not all that organized just yet. Alright, and then here we go with Justin's picture. Right here. This is over towards Conway. He's just a few miles away from it. It's kind of hard to see a lot. You can definitely see where we have Mammomatus, which is signs of turbulence in the atmosphere. And then somewhere back there is going to be the base of the storm. But at 20 miles, you're not going to be able to see a whole lot. All right, I'm going to take a look at those again. Okay, I see the other one now. It's kind of hard to see with the way this is all mixed in with the freeze watch. They're exactly the same color, which is irritating. I'll have to go into settings and adjust that. It's no one's fault really right there. It's just mine. Oh, really? You be careful out there, Justin. Oh, boy. Yeah, things are picking up here. There's a lot going on. We're still at 6 tornado warnings, so we're just getting updates on the other ones. As far as it stands right now, nothing has touched down, or there have been no confirmed touchdowns at this time. Yeah, I do see both of these kind of taking on the shape, but they're still not quite mature yet. Those updrafts, if they continue to progress in the manner that they are now, they're going to become a problem. I would not be surprised at all if we end up getting warnings with these later down the line. Okay, I'm trying to think which one do I want to look at now. There's a lot to choose from here. I think we still have that Florida tornado warning. No, that's been allowed to expire now. So we're kind of just... I guess we're just going to go north to south down the line, really, at this point. That's all we can do. There's just so much to... There's so much to cover. And keep in mind, we're getting into peak season. But we'll start also with this part of the line up here towards central Illinois as well. This is looking pretty impressive here. Some pretty strong winds expected to come from this as well. This could end up getting a considerable severe thunderstorm warning soon from the looks of it. If you can, please send more pictures, Justin. I'll be happy to show them on stream. By the way, guys, if anyone doesn't know, Justin actually is a storm chaser himself. He has his own channel. I will be posting that, or actually, if Isaiah, if you're still here, could you send the link to Justin's channel? Or post the link to Justin's channel so I can pin it? Yeah, to any of you that don't know, Justin is actually a storm chaser as well. He mainly chases around Arkansas, but sometimes he'll go out a little bit further. Has a regular job like the rest of us, which is really cool. But yeah, when he gets time, he goes out there and chases too. Couldn't make it today because he's working. But he's one of the chasers that allows us to show his feet whenever he's out and about. We greatly appreciate him for doing that. And as well as for being a solid mentor as I'm preparing to get into my own storm chasing adventures in the future once I get my vehicle fixed. Which will hopefully be soon. I keep thinking it's going to be soon and then something happens. But anyway, Justin's been a great mentor to me there. So yeah, definitely show him some love, show him some appreciation on the channel there. Wait, what's going on here? Is this tornado possible tag or is it something else? Why is there a pink streak like it's tornado warning when it's not? Still a lot to learn when it comes to weather-wise. Okay, and then by the way, this is the storm that Justin's talking about here. Looks like it might be shearing out a little bit. There might be a little new nose that kind of pops up here that we'll need to watch for potential spin up. Alright, that other picture from Justin has just come in, by the way, folks. So we're going to go ahead and switch over so you can see it. And here's the base. You can kind of see it. You can see the lowering kind of right there. This is definitely the updraft here. This is Justin's vehicle, by the way. But yeah, things are going to get pretty active over towards this area. This does look like it's coming right at you from the picture. Things are about to get interesting over there. Stay safe, my friend. I think that warning just got allowed to expire. They're going to reissue it, though. I'm sure of it. Because there's still enough to make me believe that there's something that's capable of dropping here. They've definitely gone with the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it. It's going to have some heightened wind potential there for sure, but still, I do think there's potential for something to spin up quickly, and they probably should keep the warning on it. Just to be preemptive. I mean, if it's a false alarm, it's going to be a false alarm regardless. Because even if you have a hook echo, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the tornado is going to drop. Alright, so it looks like we're getting a little bit of a reprieve in the action, just a little bit. We're still at 6 tornado warnings right now, but the action's kind of dropping off. These 2 warnings in Missouri will be allowed to expire soon, because the warning's going to exit, because the storm will have exited the warned area. And then we'll just be looking at kind of Texas. We're kind of in a maybe situation with the Arkansas storm. And then, like I said, we're dealing with Illinois storms now. Well, actually, I stand corrected. We do have this, well, yeah, this one's about to head into Illinois, but this one has just snuck through over here towards Van Buren. This one was issued about 15 minutes ago, but still we need to watch this as well. Different motion on this storm as well. We kind of have a little bit more of a northeastern component with this one. This one's racing off to the northeast at 65 miles an hour though, so this is going to be a quick mover. Interesting thing to make note of here, these storms that are in Arkansas that are a little bit more discreet, they are starting to mature a little bit. That is concerning. We do need to watch that. As I mentioned today, we need to be watchful of any prefrontal discrete cells like these, because if these start to mature, that's going to become a problem, and it will become a problem in a hurry. Because this environment is well suited for that. Alright, so we're down to 5. We're getting updates on these new warnings as we speak. So we're going to hear that notification kind of go off a lot there. I'm going to go take a look at the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. Really want to take a look at what we're looking at for storm reports right now. We're still kind of on the lower end of the spectrum right now. Like I said, we're kind of in the early phase. I really expect things to pick up as we get later and later into the evening. This is going to kind of be one of those marathon type situations, if you ask me, where things will only develop further as we get later into the evening and probably even into the overnight, unfortunately, which is a less than ideal situation. Please do, but make sure you're safe, Justin. I know you know what you're doing, but always got to make sure these folks around you don't try this at home. Justin is a trained storm spotter, and I am too, actually, but obviously there's no storms in my area right now. But if I was out here, I would also say do not try this at home. Just saying. No new warnings as of right now, though. We're still sitting at 5, just dealing with updates and radar indicated warnings. So that is a blessing in itself. How's the forecast for my area? So, what I've consistently seen is that our severe weather threat is actually going to be more so towards the early morning hours tomorrow. Probably right around the time I would be going to work. I would expect a washout for our area for my job sake, so pretty good chance I live stream, but I don't know. Yeah, they really are, Big Worm. There was a time where they weren't, and I was able to kind of get out there more, but now, man. And then on top of that, they've got like full teams around them, and there's only so much I can do, man. I'm only one person, really. I mean, my mods are great, but they got their own lives to lead. Some of them are still in school, like high school, you know? Yeah, that's what I believe, but, you know, we'll get there. It's just patience, you know? Not the easiest thing to exercise. Do have what looks to be another funnel cloud report, by the way, in Illinois now, or at least right on the Illinois-Missouri state line. That was reported 9 minutes ago near Collinsville. And they've updated the warning probably to show that there was a funnel cloud reported. No, they haven't mentioned funnel clouds reported. No mention of that in the update here. This line up north now is starting to really take off here with tornado potential. You can see multiple little kinks within the line. Those are little inflow notches, and that's going to be a key component to our tornado development up here. Keep in mind, as I mentioned before, there is a hatch risk that stretches all the way up towards Michigan, so there is a chance that we could get significant tornadoes even up here within the main line. So, you know, it's something that we will be having to keep an eye on all night. Like I said, this is going to be one of those marathon streams where we're going to be here for a while. So, you want to be, so all I can say is just buckle up, because we're in the early stages and we're far from finished. I don't even think we're really getting started yet either. Like I said, I'm still intrigued to see what these all do here. Yeah, I think you're good today, Tim. I guess you get to see what happens to the other areas. I guess you get to spectate. We're glad you're going to be safe, though. There's a part of me that wishes I could chase this setup, but obviously I have no vehicle right now. Just waiting. I'm just biding my time because we're slowly chipping away at it. It's just a long way. Yeah, hopefully nothing, because that could be bad. Because the low-level jet does deepen as we get later into the evening, and that's where my concern really lies, is really within these next couple of hours. And but the one saving grace with really today and tomorrow's setup is that we don't have higher cape values. I think that's part of the reason why we didn't get the upgrade to a moderate risk for today, and why we probably won't see a high risk for tomorrow. Yeah, you guys over towards southeastern Texas, southern Texas, south central Texas, that Houston area and areas up north, it's always kind of a weird area to really like call it. What would you describe it as, truthfully? Would it be south central Texas? Would it be southeastern Texas? It's kind of hard to pinpoint it, if I'm being honest. You are very right about that, worm, and I can't stand that, truthfully. Like, you know that I rarely ever use those kinds of titles, because unless the storm really presents that kind of threat, I'm not gonna go out my way to scare people, man. That's just not how I operate. I'm old school, man. But the thing is, the algorithm loves it when you do that stuff. And that kind of disgusts me. It genuinely does. I figured it was, but you know, you can make an argument that maybe it's South Texas, maybe it's southeastern. Some say further up to the north it's like South Central. So yeah, it's just the way that the state is shaped. It's always, yeah, exactly my point, John. So I hate it when people use that tag. I genuinely do. And that's why I don't really use it quickly, you know? If you use the tag for historic, then it becomes less meaningful over time too. So whenever I say, hey, this is the big one, I want it to mean something. It's like, hey, I'm not playing around with you here. Northeast of Houston. So yeah, I'd still call that southeastern. I mean, just leave it to me after all, because, you know, I'm not from Texas, so I didn't know. Even though I am a Texans fan, actually, believe it or not. I've been a Texans fan for almost 15 years now, actually. Ever since J.J. Watt went over there. And then that one year where y'all beat New England and then y'all ended up going to the playoffs with a third rounder. as your QB, which is great, or a third stringer as a quarterback. I mean, how do you not respect that? And then I love the defense today, like especially Jalen Petrie, just like watching the way that he just flies to the ball the way that he does, and he's just got that nasty aggression to him. I love it. I wish that was how I played football growing up. I probably would have got somewhere if I did. But yeah, I'm a big time Texans fan though. Even though I'm from Atlanta. But on my end here, we don't talk about the Falcons much. For reasons for reasons any football fan should know. Maybe one day they'll get it together, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Oh, I know, Isaiah. I know there's more of them. Up, and we've got a new tornado-warned storm over here. This is just to the south of Donovan. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And we have Ripley County under the warning here. This is along the line once again. This is 7 miles southeast of Gatewood, moving at 50 miles an hour. This is going to be near Donovan in the next 5 minutes, actually. And then we have Oxley within the next 10, 15 for Naylor, and 20 minutes for fair dealing. Houston is nasty. Oh no. Really? That's interesting. That's awesome. That's awesome, though. Tim, the food is so good, though. Hey, man, different strokes for different folks. I've never been, so I can't even be a judge. Oh, your wife of 25 years is originally from there. Wow. That's pretty cool. Oh, okay. Okay. So the food is good over there. I mean, the city, when it comes to being in urban areas, I mean, it doesn't surprise me if the city's disgusting. Is it disappointing? Yes. But that's kind of a given, Or at least that's what I would think. Because not everybody has the same kind of home training as others, Some people just don't care. Also, there's that. It's not. They'll have the mentality of, it's not my house, not my problem. I gotta try to keep my area clean no matter where I'm at. Except my room, because I can't ever seem to keep that clean. I'll keep it clean for maybe like a week or two, and then it gets messy again because life. And then I have to spend like almost half my weekend trying to clean that up again. I think a lot of people have that issue too, though. Right now, I just wish I could wash my bed. Roommates.
Chicago was one of the cleanest. Wow. Well, I did stop by the airport and it was pretty clean. I will give them that. I've never entered the city though. Haven't been to Indianapolis yet, but I'm sure that's going to be coming. Because my sister-in-law's from there. Yeah, you should be about in the clear now, Tim. I think your storm threat's just about over. If the winds are coming from the north, that means the front is probably past you now. Jeez. Jeez. Ah, jeez. He's like, no, Chicago has been the cleanest towns. That's just wrong. Golly. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. You have another hour till it hits? The wind shouldn't be coming from the north already, should it? Let me check the windy app because I don't think we have the ability to get wind direction on here, or do we? Let me actually check that. Oh yeah, we do. Still learning about weatherwise, folks. Ooh, Milwaukee. No. I don't want the other states. I don't want it. I don't want the other states. I don't want the other countries, I mean. Or continents. So this is, where is it? Okay, so we have... Yeah, the front hasn't passed you yet. Okay. But the winds are starting to shift, though. Does the air feel a little colder where you are, or warmer still? So you're in the convergence zone then. That's what it sounds like. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. So the storms are getting close. That's what that really means. If they were just constantly coming from the north, that means the front's clear of you by that point. But yeah, the frontal boundary is getting close now. Because you'll start to see that shifting usually occur by that point. Oh, Chicago inside the loop. Humidity's starting to disappear. That's interesting. Alright, so we got all radar indicated still. Got to keep on top of that, of course, folks. I'm finding a better spot for this again. Try to have it here, maybe. That might be better. Might try to shrink this a little bit just so we can have a better view. Oh. Okay, okay. Yeah, the northern states always tend to have their little bit of competition here. I mean, that makes sense with it being Wisconsin, Illinois, Green Bay versus Chicago. That's nothing new there. It makes sense when I really think about it. So we got that. And that's fair at the end of the day. I might grab a snack real quick, guys. Definitely try to keep that conversation going while I grab some cookies or something. Yeah, that I can attest to. You are right about that one. I've been to Ohio many times. Was not a fan of Cleveland or Cincinnati. Cincinnati's super dreary to me. But my family lives in Springfield. Ohio is an interesting state, to put it lightly. You know what I'm saying? Ohio is an interesting state. Cleveland was definitely dreary to me, though. I cannot lie. Or, no, it was Cincinnati. Cleveland's just kind of a enigma to me. It's kind of hard to really explain my thoughts with that. Ooh, those discrete cells are starting to get severe. We're definitely going to need to watch those. Let me go ahead and get my little snack real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute the mic. We're going to stay up there. Oh, really? Feel free to keep leaving chat messages real quick. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to grab me some. I think I'm going to grab me a couple cookies or something. Not exactly. I wouldn't say anyone is boycotting Radar Omega, but at the same time, weather-wise is cheaper to use. Like, that's the thing. I mean, think about it. You're paying, like, I have the Plus edition, and I'm only paying $6.99. Uh-oh. Justin's going through it. He got one storm that passed through, and then he's got yet another one with tornado warning potential. Oh, wow. And he has some awesome pictures here. I'm about to show you guys. He got a nice look at what looks like a shelf cloud as well. Here's what we're getting from Justin. This is just outside his job, but look at the lowering there. That's pretty intense. Then we got this shot right here, which is really cool. I think it was after this one had passed, and now he's got another tornado warning inbound. So again, just goes to show that we're still in the early stages of this event. We're far from done. But yeah, Baconator, I think that at that point, I mean, if you look at the price point with weather-wise, even with the Plus version being $6.99 and being able to do a heck of a lot with that compared to $11.99 being whoa, what? He's in like northeastern Arkansas. The observed warning isn't coming in on my side. What the heck? But the new warning right here is over towards Randolph, Jackson, and Lawrence counties. This is located near Alicia, and this will be heading into Walnut Ridge, College City, Hoxie, Okeanan, Alicia, Minturn, Sedgwick, Stranger's Home, Whiskerville, Giles Spur, Lauratown, Clover Bend, Calvin, Discus, Kaufman, and Arbor Grove. I was about to call it Aber Grove. But starting to get busy again. We're back up to 5. So where is that observed tag at? Why isn't it coming in yet? Oh, that is the one on the ground? Dang it. Okay, it just got upgraded. There's the upgrade for observed. This is confirmed tornado that was visual. We got visual from weather spotters. This is moving east at 55 miles an hour. This is over Minturn right now. Glad my instincts served me well on that one. Thanks for the extra call out, Justin. Because you guys always tend to get the observed warnings before I do. For whatever reason. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's just my internet or what. Oh, that's a nasty little sig right there. Look at the signature. Don't see much of a debris signature yet, but with where it's heading, it might pass just to the south of Hoxie here before heading across I-57 here and US 63 before heading into 412. I don't immediately see any towns in the path, but this is going to get awfully close to the Johnson landing strip. But yeah, Baconator, there's just no point in me paying twice as much for Radar Omega, and then with all the issues it had on top of that. And then on top of that, you could use the base version of Weatherwise for free. It looks like they've extended the observed warning now to head into Missouri. Right towards that boot heel now. So now at this point, we're adding in We're adding southwestern Dunklin County. So we're gonna add Walcott, Fontaine, Crockett, Beech Grove, Evening Star, Delphine, Egypt, Lafayette, Arbor, Hornersville, Cardwell, Oak Grove Heights, Lake Frierson State Park, Crowley's Ridge State Park, Marmaduke, Sinath, Rector, Bono, and Paragold. Wish we could get visual on this. Maybe we might be able to. I'm gonna try again with the DOT in Missouri and then go from there. If I can get a camera on that southern side, maybe we might have a shot at it. Unfortunately, no storm chasers that we can get a hold of today. Well, there's your answer, Tim. Oh no. We might have like maybe one camera, but it's facing north over towards Haiti in Missouri, so might not have a great view of it, but we're gonna put it up anyway. They might have turned this around though, because it does look a little. No, that's heading off to the east. Daggone it. So let's try and see if we can find another. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a good shot. We could get something looking southbound, maybe we'd get lucky, but we're only getting further away from the storm from the looks of it. Ah, frustrating. She's mad at me. Alright, let's look at the velocity again, see what the scan looks like now. I think we're not looking at the right radar site though. No, we are. It's just hard to see now. I think Little Rock probably still gonna be better. Ugh. No, not really. We're starting to get into one of those radar holes again. They're really infamous around the Ozarks, especially. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, we do. And this one's for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Okay. So I guess they're going to allow that one to expire since they have the observed now, so. Especially with the storm exiting the warned area at this point. Dang, I just wish we had some chaser to get visual on this with. I'm going to try to see if we can't find a camera over towards Arkansas. That's really our best option at this point. I'm sure there's something over there too. Okay, we got something there. Alright, let's see if we can get this up here on stream. Hey, we did. There it is. Oh, don't need that. Alright, so this is US 412 on exit 124, in case any of you were wondering. So we're sitting at 8 tornado warnings right now, folks. We have several that are in Illinois right now, so things are picking up there as well. And the crazy thing is, right behind the tornado watch, if you look here, you see winter weather advisories. But a little bit further behind that, you actually see blizzard warnings. So, really dynamic storm system ongoing right now, folks. We do have an interesting looking storm over here towards Mount Pulaski with tornado potential. This has just passed by. I don't know if this is on the ground, but there is a signature with that. With it being close to the radar, we're not going to get a great look at it now, though. It's going to be a little harder. But we're getting a lovely look at the velocity right now. Also caught up watching the NASCAR race. Looks like Denny Hamlin won. I know John is interested in that. I didn't get to really catch much of the race today, obviously, covering the weather. But if you did catch it, John, what did you think of it? So only maybe it was like looking at it periodically. Still have radar indicated tornado warnings over towards Logan, DeWitt, and northern Macon counties. This one's been extended till 6:45 Central Time, so we got a long ways to go with that one. We have fresh ones for Clinton and Washington counties as well. We have this warning that also got extended a little further off towards the east. So now we're just about done in St. Clair County, but now we're going to be watching things progress into, well, the counties we just aforementioned here. And of course we still have our observed tornado that's on the ground from the looks of it as well. There's been no new changes with that. This is starting to really book it now. It's moving at about 55 miles an hour. Looks like this is probably going to be set to move over the state line shortly here. Oh, here come these discrete storms. This is what we're worried about. This is where I think things are really going to start to get going here. We're up to 9 tornado warnings, and you can obviously see why. It looks like there's 2 different discrete cells here. I'm wondering which one would win off. We're going to most likely end up seeing a situation where we have a right turner and a left splitter. We have the Stuttgart storm, and then we also have the Altheimer storm. Both of these have hooks on them and most likely will have potential to produce tornadoes. I'm kind of leaning towards the southern storm though, as of right now, if I'm being honest. But you can see rotation with both of these pretty clearly. Here's our southern storm, here's our northern storm. Greens are inbound winds towards the radar, red is outbound winds or winds going away from the radar. Whenever they start touching, we put 2 and 2 together, that's our rotation. Let's see if we can get a visual on this one, because this is going to obviously be the more powerful storm of the bunch. We're in like a little dead spot between the cameras. Maybe we might be able to get a look if we're facing southbound. Nah, this is eastbound. Not gonna work. It's in that one little area where it's going to be hard to see anything, isn't it? That's facing westbound. You can kind of see something over there, but it's not going to be nearly enough. It's not nearly sufficient enough. As the northbound cameras, not really getting much of anything available there. We're just doing the best that we can, honestly, at this point. Yeah, that's not going to work either. Maybe there's an eastbound? Nope, that's a southbound. Wait, maybe? Nope, that's westbound. That's a northbound. That's behind the storm, in fact, so yeah, that's not going to work. Not a lot of luck, man. Honestly, not a lot of luck. Sorry, guys. Cameras are just not being kind to us. We'll take that camera off for right now, see if we can't find something better. Just have to be patient. In the meantime, it seems like we'll have plenty more opportunities at the rate we're going. We are now officially at 10 tornado warnings. 10 times tornado warnings for the first time this evening. Honestly, looks like for right now the Stuttgart storm looks better. Yeah, it looks like that's wrapping up a lot nicer than this one is right now. This one looks pretty sloppy. We're gonna have to watch these other two storms as well. I wonder if you're still here, Isaiah, because well, looks like things are starting to get a little bit edgy over here. I don't think I have permission to look at the has cams over there. Otherwise, I would. I have to get in contact with somebody, I think, from what I know. I don't know who to contact right now. I can't think of the name. I think Mama G had mentioned it to me, but I completely forgot. You missed the whole race too. I only saw like maybe a couple bits and pieces. I saw like Denny leading. I saw maybe a point where Kyle Larson was leading, and then from beyond that, I was just kind of locked in on this. I looked out the corner of my eye. Race was over. Denny Hamlin's in victory lane. I mean, if I check it out, it's going to be shown on stream. The operator is following the tornado. So look, there is something on the ground in Stuttgart. I thought so. Maybe I can pull it up on my tablet at least. If I can figure out where my tablet is. I figured it did looking at the, oh, you're watching it on Ryan's stream, of course. Also, it looks like we hit 20 likes, by the way. Thank you, guys. It's a little rope right now. I figured it's in the early stages. Rotation doesn't look all that strong, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big deal, at least early on. But we know how these things can really just take off. But this is indeed a confirmed tornado on the ground over towards Stuttgart right now. And this is moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip here. We're looking at, well, actually, no, it's not. It's moving at about 25 miles an hour, which is a bit surprising. It's the slowest forward motion I've seen all day. I'm glad they mentioned the second couplet that's over towards Humphrey in the warning. I think that was really good on Little Rock's part. Just kind of being preemptive. Because literally, these could follow each other in almost like a Congo line, essentially. And the same thing could be said for those other two cells south of the warning. Well, I found my tablet at least. Oh yeah, I see it. I actually see it. Tornado is on the ground on the has cam right here. It's actually on the Hascam right here on Weatherwise. It's this one right here, just south of Stuttgart, that has a view of the rope. Contingent's also posted a link to it. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that. But yeah, it's that Hascam right there that he posted where you could get a look at it. I think it's just now passing the camera at this point. Alright, so I got a traffic camera that's facing off to the west. Maybe we can look at south. Maybe it could get a closer look at the southwest, maybe? Because that's where the storm will be coming from this vantage point. This is Bisco off of exit 202. Oh, look at that lightning! More than likely, we aren't going to see much from this angle right now because the storm's going to have a lot of heavy rain around where the storm is producing. I'm really surprised right now that there's not an observe tag with this, though. I mean, there's video evidence of it on the ground. It's not even a question, really. It's indeed on the ground. But it is what it is. Rotation wasn't all that incredible, though, still. Wait, what happened? Now the polygon's gone. It might be upgrading it now. Still need to watch these other two, especially this tail end Charlie storm right here. Here it goes. Loving the lightning show we're getting. We're going to get a heck of a light show, especially as we get later into the evening. I only think it's going to get more and more active as time goes on. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with that warning, but they certainly didn't continue with it. They're only calling that a funnel cloud, buddy. That was on the ground from what I saw. Let's look at Illinois again. Let's make sure we don't leave anyone out there. There's a lot going on there too. Nothing's really been confirmed touchdown over there. If anything does touch down, it's most likely been brief. But this is a heck of a squall line right here. You still got to be watchful of any little bends in the line. You still have these little sneaky inflow notches that can drop something really quick, but it will probably last maybe about the better of 90 seconds to 2 minutes at best. There's a decent little rotation signature outside of Assumption here. There it is right there. Might be embedded within that little wall of rain that's going to be on the leading edge of it or within it. There could be a quick little tornado. Always got to be careful with these kinds of storms that are within the line. Because you'll think you'll be good. And the next thing you know, it's right there in your face. Because right now, we're back down to only radar-indicated tornado warnings. We do still need to be watchful for anything and everything that's tornado warned, and of course, anything that even is severe thunderstorm warned. You're already seeing how quickly things can take off. Especially with these discrete storms that we've been looking at. Alright guys, keep those likes coming, by the way. We're passing 20 here. Wonder if we can get to 30. Storm's starting to close in on Bisco now. You can see the rain's starting to move in. Still got some pretty good lightning on it as well. Looks like it slowed down ever so slightly though. One thing about the environment today is there's not a whole lot of cape. It's not a large abundance when we're getting above like 1,000 joules or 2,000 in this case. Just a couple areas here and there. Really the reason why we have such a amped up tornado threat is largely because of the wind profile. Thermodynamics are not the most impressive. Alright, so we got an extension on that tornado warning just to the east of Fredericktown and north of Jackson here. Still dealing with the radar indicator, but it definitely looks like that Sedgwickville storm is starting to look a little bit better on velocity here. Pretty well pronounced signal if I were to say so myself. Wind's starting to increase over towards Bisco, Arkansas right now. It looks like we have a little secondary couplet trying to develop there. It's one of those two areas, but I'm thinking that this right here is going to be our point of interest. Let's also get a look at it from Paducah here. Oh yeah, Sedgwickville looks pretty impressive now. Even if you're looking lower to the ground. I think we're starting to get in good range of the Paducah radar finally though too, which is really helpful. Looks like they've rewarned the Stuttgart storm. I don't know why they took so long to do that, but okay. This also has a destructive severe thunderstorm tag for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. So at that point, we may as well sound the siren for that. Because now we're dealing with destructive storms for Jonesboro and Brooklyn in Arkansas. This also has potential to drop quarter-sized hail and, of course, the threat of a tornado to go along with it. So Jonesboro, Paragould, Kennett, Truman, Malden, Piggott, Corning, Manila, Harrisburg, Bono, Lake City, Leechville, Campbell, Rector, Laplanto, Bay, Senath, Brooklyn, Manette, and Caraway are in the path of this storm. We mentioned before, it also does have the potential for a tornado. I think I actually heard about that from somebody. I think it was when I was doing a regular video. I think it was Friday, because we did the discussion Saturday. And then I put up a short today before the stream got started. Looks like we're back up to 9 tornado warnings again.
We have 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. Sheesh. Really? I didn't know about that. I completely missed it. I don't even know what happened. What, they run into each other on track or something? That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. They used to be teammates last year. Already fighting. That is crazy. And we're back up to 10 warnings again. Storm looks like it's cleared Bisco now. Alright, so we're changing our view to Highway 150, by the way, guys. Trying to see if we can get a better view. You can see something, but it's kind of hard to say at this point. I would really want to be looking southbound, but it is moving northeast, so maybe we'll run across it. Or at least that's what the hope is. One of these storms is what we're trying to really catch over here. Hopefully we'll catch it somewhere around Rootsville. This next row of prefrontals looks pretty intense too. We're gonna need to watch this as well. This is gonna be a recurring theme as we go throughout the night, isn't it?
Hey, hold on a second. Mike still? Okay, there it is. I was about to say, I was actually speaking for a minute. Or at least I thought I was. Speaking of which, with that tornado on the ground, has there been any reports of damage yet? Because I haven't seen any. At least I haven't heard about anything on X or anything like that. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about. I just took a look on Twitter. I didn't see anything about any tornadoes. Arg. All right. Well, I guess that's a good thing. That doesn't mean there wasn't a lot of damage. It's kind of how we like it. Still have 7 tornado warnings right now. We're sitting with most of these looking to be just on the edge of the Arkansas-Tennessee line here. Do have another one over here towards Nacogdoches. Or Nacogdoches, excuse me. Texas here. This is going to be eventually working its way into Louisiana. There's decent rotation here. A little far away from the radar though, so it's going to be hard to really get a good read on it. This is like a little small radar hole here. Front should be just about past you, Tim, if you're still here. Might not even get that much rain. Yeah, there's a gust front right there. This might be the end of the line as far as that's concerned. We've already been live for 3 hours. Wow. Holy cow. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get much if I'm being honest, Tim. Yeah, because I'm looking and it should be about to clear you in a little bit. There's no warnings near you. It's just this little bit of rain right here. I don't think you're gonna get a whole lot out of it, honestly. You're just gonna get one little storm and that's really it. The line hasn't really materialized further to the south. It does have a special weather statement. Let's see what the forward speed is. About 40 to 50 miles an hour. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a quick mover. So that's going to lower the rain totals. Okay, here come more warnings. A lot of these are being refreshed, really, at this point. We have several considerable tags severe thunderstorm warnings, and it looks like they're starting to head your way, Isaiah. Most of these are damaging wind gusts. We do have some tornado possible tags in there, though, so do need to be on watch. Or we have... Well, actually, no, we don't. All three of those are just damaging wind gusts. About 33 minutes ago, we got one in Oakville, Oakville. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Oakville, that has a 70 mile per hour wind gust. This was in Illinois. Here's our mess of tornado warnings over here in Illinois, by the way. All of these have remained radar indicated at this point in time. I haven't seen anything that really indicates a touchdown, but like I said, with this squall line, damaging winds are definitely going to be the main threat. But if something does touch down, it could literally happen to where it would drop and then lift within a radar scan, which is about 5 minutes time. So these are going to be extra hard to read. Our new warning here. Go back to this one. This probably gives us our best view though. All these storms are starting to get into a good spot where there's less radar holes here, so we should be able to get some pretty good coverage now. You can kind of see what's going on over here with this one. This one's a little bit tougher to see, especially when you have green up against blue, but that's always something that you can look for whenever the winds look like they're all going inbound towards the radar. You look for these little notches in between wherever you can find them. Also, these little pink storm tracks also give you a little bit of a hint too. But whenever you have this little bit of artifacting like you do here, it makes it a little harder too. Another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one's more for hail though. But this is that tornado warning storm in Texas. Got golf ball size hail possible with that one. Still holding steady at 9. Over convection, it looks like. Hey, what's up, Kevin? I think our discrete threat might be dropping off already. A little earlier than this. Well, actually, no, I'd say this is right about on schedule, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say it's right about on schedule. So now what we're going to be looking for at this point is more mergers. And that's a new tornado warning. That makes us go right back up to 10. This is just outside of Blytheville here. This is radar indicated for Mississippi County. This is for Hemscott County. We're starting to get back into Missouri. We're starting to get into Tennessee for the first time today with Dyer County and Lauderdale County as well. It's located near Dell, moving east at 55 miles per hour along the main line. So Dyersburg, Blytheville, Gosnell, Manila, Halls, Dell, Burdett, Bradleytown, Heloise, Unionville, Little River, Etowah, Victoria, Dearman, Edith, Lenny, O'Donnell, Bend, Tomato, Poplar Grove, and Roseland are in the path of this storm. Radar indicated tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And we have yet another. Yeah, it's getting active again. Like I said, this is kind of in phases, you know. Sometimes it'll get quiet, and then in other times it'll get super active. In fact, this is a peak right here. We're at 11 tornado warnings right now. It's the most concurrent tornado warnings we've had.
storm's already cleared out, so we need to find another spot. I think we're about out of options in Arkansas. I think Arkansas might be done now. In fact, we're starting to see the winter storm or winter weather advisories take shape here now. Might need to shift our attention to Tennessee at this point. Too far north. I gotta use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys, I had to go to the bathroom. Definitely feel better now, that's for sure. Doesn't look like I've missed too much, have I? We're still at our peak with 12 tornado warnings now, but I've seen no observed tags with any of these, which is always good news. Let's hope it stays that way. Assessing our velocity signatures, that's for sure right now, and I haven't seen anything that really stands out just yet. I would honestly love it if that violent tornado threat does not verify. We have a nice little signature over here just south of Alto Pass. Yeah, this is in Illinois, by the way. Then we have the storm over here towards Marvell. This is in Arkansas. Where's the metal from today? So this is from Metal Eternal Records. I'll drop the link in chat for you guys, any of you that are interested. The storm south of Huntsville? You mean Huntsville, Alabama, or is there a Huntsville, Texas? So I notice a lot of towns end up reusing a lot of stuff here. Huntsville, Texas, okay. So there is one, alright. On the one south of Huntsville, okay. It might be a hailer. Got good reflectivity. Let's go ahead and take a look at VIL, see what kind of ice we are. Okay, yeah. This might get a severe thunderstorm warning in the next little bit. Do want to keep an eye on that inflow notch just in case. I don't think low-level jet is really strong over here, but there might be enough cape, enough energy to maybe allow it to try and do a little quick thing. It would be very sneaky if it did it, but I'm thinking we're probably looking at a hail threat. Hail threat, some rain, a little bit of lightning. At least that's what I see for now. Got a 13th tornado warning. They still keep coming in. I'm just thankful a lot of these are radar indicated. If I had to take a pick, I'll pick radar indicated any day of the week over confirmed. Nice. That's good. Did just what you needed to do. It's a good call. Got a wall cloud outside of Marion that was reported about 18 minutes ago. Storm Chaser reported that wall cloud. Again, no confirmation. So far, I think we've only had one confirmed tornado all stream. I completely forgot I was trying to get the Tennessee cameras up. Oops. There we go. Alright. Where's that? So we can actually expect an extension of a tornado watch that's to be pushing off to the east now. So this is where we're starting to include parts of central Indiana and Kentucky. This is going to be for later this evening. "14 tornado warnings." It's crazy that all of them are radar indicated, but like I said, that's not particularly a bad thing if we're going to have tornado warnings at all. Nah, not at all. In fact, we've had quite a few considerable and even a couple of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. At that point, you're getting winds above 70 miles an hour, so I can do the same kind of damage as a small tornado. Yes, it will. It very much will mess some stuff up.
Do I have any view? Okay, okay, it is working. Oh, we're looking eastbound. That's not gonna work. That is not going to work. Do we have anything closer towards the border? That's my main question. Alright, so all the old tornado warnings looks to have expired now. We're now sitting at about 7. Well, sitting at 8. Here comes some of the new ones getting updated. I think we had one new one pop up as well. Yeah, it seems like we're all facing in the wrong direction here. Oh wait, no we're not. We're facing in the right direction after all. Okay, this is where we want to be. We're looking at 44 west here. So we're watching the storms approach once again. Alright, let's shrink this down so you guys can actually look at the radar. Alright, numbers are creeping back up. Getting more tornado warnings. We're gonna... Ooh, is this a new one? Okay, no, it's just it's the same one. This is our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have 70-mile-per-hour winds, and we have the potential for golf ball sized hail with this one. Getting pretty busy, guys. Getting pretty busy. Some good lightning coming in from Jackson Avenue there. Yeah, I agree with that. I mentioned it in last night's stream. I really think tomorrow is going to be the bigger day. I'm honestly hoping I don't have to work, so that way I can cover it. Not like we should, but, you know, it's not my decision to make, even though in reality we're probably not going to be able to work. It's going to rain almost... we're going to be in between showers and storms all the way till 10, and with my job, the way the chemicals that are applied down, it takes about at least 1 to 4 hours for it to work. But if it rains every 30 minutes,
Yeah. You still have to be watchful of the mergers, but these are starting to get so sloppy now, depending on where you are, where the threat's going to be really limited. If we had better cape, I think we would have had better opportunities for significant supercells, but honestly, it's a good thing we did. I think this probably spared a lot of people. The real question is, what are we getting for tomorrow? And that's exactly why we ended up getting a moderate. I mean, you could probably see outflow boundaries beginning to form by the time we get later in the evening, but we'll see what happens. Yep. Alright, so we've been keeping an eye on the blizzard. I'm trying to think, what do we do now? I mean, there's still plenty of tornado warnings, but I don't know how many of these are actually producing. Oh no, don't come on, weatherwise, don't do that with the cameras here. There we go, that's better. Oh, we might have lost Jackson though. I think Jackson might have lost power here. Yeah, for your area, Justin, the front's already passed now. The tow watch, that's funny. The tow watch, man. The tow watch. That would be funny. It's alright. Well, looks like our cameras are failing. That sucks. Yeah, it's pretty rare over there in California. You aren't gonna get that too much. But yeah, around where I live, Justin and all the others, tornado watches are a common thing. It happens every spring and sometimes fall too. A nice looking hook over here just to the north of Charleston here. This is right on the line of Illinois and Kentucky here. Still radar indicated, but that hook looked pretty solid for a second. We'll see if it holds up for a scan or two. Rotation doesn't look all that great though. I mean, it's there, but we'll probably have to wait a scan to see if it becomes more pronounced. Low-level jet is expected to kick in, so I mean, there is that chance that we get something more significant later into the evening. But really, that's the biggest chance that we would have for tornadoes is if we get little embedded supercells and a couple mergers, but it's getting a little sloppy out here if you ask me. This warning will be allowed to expire within the next 4 minutes. Yep. And that, um, the synopsis behind that warning only proves that. So, I don't know, guys. We might have a little break. We might have another long break here. I'm trying to think of what to do, because the thing about this is, I haven't gotten a confirmation that I'm off work. So I might still have to get up at 5 in the morning, only to be told that I don't have to work, possibly. And then still try to stream tomorrow, or go to work and probably sit there for 3 hours and not do anything, and then be told to go home. Because I just don't see how we can make that work tomorrow. I'm just going to be honest. But I'm not upper management. It is not my call. Yeah, what can you do? Might have worked Saturday because of it, or at least Friday. I just hope that it doesn't affect my plans this upcoming weekend. But at least there won't be as much in the way of storms to cover, though. So, I mean, it'll be alright either way. No matter what, it'll be alright. We'll get through it, but daggone it. Yeah, because it actually costs money just to do this. I don't do this for money, though. I do it because I love it. Even if I don't get like 100,000 people watching at a time. Even though sometimes I wish. Maybe one day. You just gotta keep trying. Shoot, if I can even get like 200 people at a time, then that's pretty good, I'd say. I'd be happy with that. Oh. You don't have. Hey, look, you don't have to do that. That's why I don't really show the links on PayPal or anything. But maybe I should. Maybe I should. Alright, give me a second. I'll link my PayPal or my Cash App or something. But yeah, I don't really try to push hard for money on here. I really don't. If you do feel generous, then, I mean, there's always the super chats too, though. But I understand if you don't want to give it to YouTube. Actually, yeah, we did a little earlier, Justin. But I couldn't show it on stream because I don't think I'm cleared to show Hascams yet. I have to... I actually don't know who it is I have to talk to be honest. I actually don't have any idea who it is I have to talk to in order to get that going. Mama G had told me about somebody, but I don't think I followed through on that. Silly me. But, yeah. Never really got around to that. Bummer. But yeah, we all knew it was on the ground though. We had, we had contingents. I think he had shared the link. And then I looked at the tornado on my tablet. Wish I could have shown it on stream. Would have made me feel a little better about today. Honestly, though, I guess we can't complain, really. I mean, one tornado that didn't really do a whole lot of damage. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. The biggest struggle I have right now is just adjusting to my new job. That's really the issue. Because I've been getting home super late. And it doesn't help that getting off of work late and then having to take the bus line home in like rush hour. And then still having to connect that to an Uber ride home has really been like helping me with time, you know. Just think if this was in April or May. Oh yeah. Because I said that the surface cape was kind of low for this event. Because if this was, like, I did kind of think about that, and I briefly touched on it in last night's stream. I was like, if we had like cape values a little closer to 2,000, maybe even 3,000, whoo boy, this will be Outbreak of the Year easily, or one of them for sure. But we still have tomorrow to deal with too. Like I said, I will be live if the power doesn't go out in my area. And like I said, this whole thing kind of puts me in an interesting spot. I almost wonder if I should end this stream early, go to bed, wake up at like 3 or 4 a.m., live stream till it's either time for me to work or until it gets called off. Because honestly, I just don't see how we would get anything in. Because then right after the rain stops, we have like a little brief period and then we get snow flurries here. So in reality, like I said, I just don't see how we work. Like I said, you need several hours for those chemicals to really rain into the grass where we're going to be applying treatments. Even if we're doing fertilizer. So, no matter how you look at it, like logistically speaking, it'd just be a waste. You'd be paying people for a whole lot of nothing. Because if you start the day theoretically at 7, which is when the time the storms are supposed to be hitting through here, you know, it's kind of one of those things. Oh, Jai's live? Oh, great. Is he chasing in eastern Arkansas still? Because, I mean, that event's about over. He's probably not going to get much, but then again, you never know. If he follows it into Tennessee, he might have a shot. But he's going to be behind the 8 ball big time. We'll see what he's up to, though. Hopefully he's able to get something out of it. Yeah, I don't see his camera. Okay, his camera is on. I just have no idea where he is. He's under some kind of storm, I know that much. I'm gonna pull up, I don't know if I have him set up yet to where his name is showing up. Maybe I do. I don't know. I have to make sure. Do I? Oh yeah, I do. I do. A little dark. Also, if you guys could show Josh some love, by the way. He's another up and coming storm chaser out in Arkansas. He's only got a few. He's got a few hundred subscribers though. Definitely think he should have more than that. So, if you guys could definitely show him some love, maybe drop a few likes in that stream as well. But also, just in general, just like sub to that channel for me, if you could. I think that would really help him. Here's the link. I'll have it pinned for you guys. I think I'll move this a little further down. Okay, let's roll. Looks like Jai's about to be on the move here. Yep, there he goes. Looks like he's got a friend he's following. Roads are nice and clear too, so he should be able to go at a decent speed to catch up to whatever he's after.
Just north of Lula.
Also, I've been looking on Twitter to see any reports of the damage that was ongoing with that one tornado in Arkansas. Haven't really heard much. Looks like it did minimal damage. It looked like it was pretty weak from what we saw on camera, so that's a blessing. Oh yeah, I forgot about that donate thing. That just shows you how much I don't really pay attention to the money part of this. It's crazy that I'm even a YouTube member, I still am just like, eh. Yeah, I probably should pay attention to it more, but, you know, it's just one of those things. I'm probably not going to pin that, though, because, you know, I'm more focused on trying to get, Jai some subs, man. Since he's out there chasing, you know, he's risking it. So, you know, I think he should get the attention. At least that's my thought on the matter. Oh, I know. They take like 30. They take like 30%. I don't really sweat it. I treat it almost like a bank account.
Find a spot to pull off, let it hit us.
Because you only get paid. Because I'll let you in on a little thing with the YouTube partnership. Like, you only get, not only do you not get only 30%, like, you get paid for every $100 that you make after all the cuts. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Well, like Contingent said, you type in exclamation point donate. The only reason I don't mention the Streamlabs bot because it only works like half the time. So instead of fighting with that always and being half ready to cuss it out, I'll just be like, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. But yeah, you do make a good point. Leading edge is about 30 minutes away from you. It took long enough for it to get to you. For as fast as the storm system was moving, it was just taking its sweet time. It looks like it might be severe warned over there now. It is. I think it might miss you though. It's gonna be close. Depends on where you are within this circle here, but I do think you might get a little action. But we did call it though. We did think that storm was gonna get warned for hail. And it definitely has. The thought of one day like getting my own house and doing home improvement does scare me. I can't even lie. I would be utterly terrified by it, but I would just I'd also be just as excited, you know? I'm a hands-on kind of person. But it depends on what I'd be doing too, because there's some stuff where I'm just like, I'm not touching that. You're just outside the warning, but it's pointing right at. Okay. So this ought to be fun. This ought to be fun for you.
Alright, hunker down.
Definitely going to get a little bit of hail from the looks of it. The wind gust is also radar indicated though, so who knows. But you could get anything ranging up from like a half-inch hail all the way up to 1-inch hail, which would be considered like quarter size. If you do decide to get any video, just make sure that you do it safely. Oh yeah, you're gonna end up in that warning if it continues onward. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely fun out here. About to get run over by the QLCS now.
Yeah, Jai's definitely in front of the QLCS.
Pretty much just southeast.
Yeah, definitely show him some love though if you can, guys. You know what? All right, I'm gonna do a thing. All right, so I pinned the ways you can donate to the channel. We have a link. We have a couple of different links, and also my Cash App as well. Amen to that. I would want an older house, but yeah. And I'm not a master at those home improvement type projects either. I could get your grass right for sure. I know that much. I can get your lawn right. I can get all those weeds out. Or I can help you get those weeds out. But I can't. But as far as like anything beyond that though, a little tougher. Not impossible, but definitely tougher.
I think so. I didn't want to, jump the gun and say it, but the winds in front of us definitely veered towards that direction.
All right, sure thing. Yes, sir. I'm still learning how to do that, if I'm being honest. They got something going on over there on Jai's feed. I don't know how well you can see it, but watch those rain bands right here. Watch those rain bands and how they're moving right there, kind of flowing in this way. So it looks like there might be some outflow, but he did mention earlier these winds did change direction a bit as the rain was moving in. So do need to be watchful here. QLCSs are very messy, very scary to chase too, because you never know. You genuinely never know. Once I get my vehicle fixed, you'll actually maybe see me get out there and mix it up myself. I don't know exactly what that would look like yet, but I'll be like, hey guys, here we go. We're doing this. Yes, that's a smart move. That is a very smart move. One thing with my job tomorrow is just like the time frame in which the rain comes in couldn't be much worse, truthfully. It will come in right around the time we would start work and then probably last for the next several hours. And then for all the treatments that we do, we would have to let that sit for 1 to 4 hours in order for that to work. All while in the meantime, we'll still be dealing with the ambient winds from the storm system itself without thunderstorms even after it clears out. Still dodging rain showers, and then eventually even a conversion over to snow flurries for a bit. So, like I said, we're going to be all over the place. So, it's just one of those things, man. Again, I'm trying to think what do I do next, because we're losing tornado warnings very quickly. We're sitting at only 5 now. We were just at 14 earlier, so a lot more questions than answers at this point. I don't know how long we want to stream for. I definitely want to go over the details with tomorrow too. So it's just kind of one of those things, I'm definitely going to go over tomorrow, but how long should I hang out for is my question. I mean, I'm willing to hang out till like 9:30, 10 o'clock easily. But again, it's hard to say. And even then, these considerable attacks severe thunderstorm warnings aren't going anywhere. Those are still there. Had a wild QLCS intercept in Mississippi end of 24, right along the border with Alabama. Gnarly few minutes. Power flashes all the way. Ooh, So like I did like so when I did have my car, I did like a little practice intercept before I got Skywarn certified. It wasn't a tornado. It wasn't even, it was a squall line that had like a special weather statement. I was just going through a lot that day and I just wanted to be out in the elements. It was nice to just be out there and just listen to the rain. I actually turned off everything in the car. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna ramp up in the morning. But yeah, I think as far as tonight's concerned, we're finished. How you doing, Renita? Hopefully it's been quiet for you today. It's been relatively quiet over here weather-wise as well. I don't know if you remember, because YouTube keeps changing everyone's handles, their tags or whatever, but that's Renita. She's been a regular for a minute. I don't know which ones we need to cover really at this point. It's the wonder of nature, baby. Love that movie. Will forever be one of my favorites. Also, sorry guys, I wish I could fix up my camera. I'm gonna try to mess around with it tonight, see if I can maybe jerry-rig it a little bit, just so it'll hold up for a little longer. I'm sure I could at least get a webcam soon. It'd really be nice if my tax returns would come through. I would love it if that would have happened. We do have a new tornado warning, by the way. This one is over towards Martinsville. It's got a decent little hook on it, but none of these have really touched down. There's only been like one that's kind of come through, you know? But this is in Clark and southeastern Cumberland counties in east central Illinois. So it's not going to be too much longer before Indiana gets into the mix here. So this is a tornado warned storm near Greenup. Radar indicated moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is in effect until 8:30 Central Time. So it's going to be on Casey by the top of the hour, and then Martinsville by 8:05. Also have to be watchful of Marshall. Yeah, he's getting some nasty. He's getting some nasty winds right there. Look at that.
Yeah, the rain is making it horrible, so definitely be careful. You too, buddy. Thank you, buddy.
I kind of wish I was there. Oh, over towards like eastern Illinois. We had a viewer over towards like I think it might have been like south central Illinois that I remember during some of my first streams. Solid guy. Hope he's all right. Do have a little velocity coupler here. It's pretty weak though. Ah, yeah. I often forget about the Wabash River. I am aware that it's there, though. Dang, you turning that camera off. Oh yeah, he has got some slop going on out there. Heavy rain, high winds. It is a mess out there where he is. Me personally, I would enjoy it. I would enjoy just sitting in the car and just letting everything just pass through, man. But obviously, he's got to keep going to stay ahead of the storm. People think I'm crazy for wanting to storm chase, but some people think it's cool. Me personally, I think it's relaxing when there's not absolute destruction all around you. When it's a storm like this, it's pretty cool. I think it's relaxing. I figured you would say that, Renita. I know I'm a little different. I mean, what can you do, okay? Me personally, I love storms. I know not everybody else does, but I love storms. I just don't like what they do to people sometimes. We have Paducah directly under tornado warning now. Don't see anything that stands out as obvious tornado signature or rotation right now. It's hard to say because, well, we're close to the radar site. That's the downside, because once you get too close, you actually can't see anything. The curvature of the Earth is the reason for that. Hopefully there's no flat earthers in here. Yeah, somewhere up in here could be a little inflow notch, and I think that's where it's going to end up being. It's really hard. Yeah, it's getting really hard to see. We're within that. I think we're within that 5-mile range now. Yeah, I love being different. I genuinely do. Yeah, there is a real beauty to watching these storms. I just wish I could describe it to people, you know? I even had relationships, like, be on the fence because of this, you know? I made my mind up when I was a young adult that I wanted to try and do this, you know? So, it is what it is. Besides, ultimately, what we do out there does help people. It's not like we're just complete adrenaline junkies that are out there with reckless abandon. These storms are probably going to end up doing a thing where we get these little pesky spin-ups that happen in between radar scans. I'm almost certain of it. I think that's going to be the move tonight. Going to try to stay ahead of the line, catch the spin-ups when they happen, and then before the next scan comes in within 5 minutes, it already will have lifted. Literally a couple 100 feet. Warning's probably gonna. You're probably gonna get the warning issued soon. Well, I would say I would trade, but my turn's coming, so I just need to be patient. That's all. I love hearing those rumbles of thunder. It brings a little smile to my face. A smile that you guys can't see, unfortunately, because, well, my camera's off. I got a little short in the wire. If I can figure out where it is, maybe I could get it to work again. I'm just gonna let his thing go full screen now. Like I said, if you get any hail, just, you know. Oh, it's the latest warning that I have on here? Yeah, it's this one right here. You're still sitting at radar indicated 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get a closer look at the VIL for you. Since there is no it might be weakening actually, because it had some higher values earlier. And I think it's kind of dropped off a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely coming to you. It could, but I don't know if there's enough. Is there enough? Let me see if there is enough Cape here in Texas. Yeah, there's enough. There's enough. Oh, there's plenty of Cape down here. Yeah, it could cycle. Wind profile over there in Texas is not that great, though. But yeah, like an hour ago, that had nearly maxed out VIL values. It was even starting to show that pinkish white color on reflectivity too. So yeah, this thing's lost a little bit of its steam. Still probably will get some hail out of it. It might just be at severe limits or maybe a little above. I am honestly surprised at how few confirmations we've gotten today with tornadoes. So I'm also grateful that we don't have too many of those. I get the feeling tomorrow might not be the same though. Tomorrow looks like one of those really rough days. Man, Jai's going through it right now. Camera shake, You know there's a lot of wind right now, a lot of rain. Hard to see anything on there right now. And also, I really appreciate you guys tonight. Up to 24 likes, which is pretty good for our channel. Especially for a lengthier stream, too. Alright, so I'm trying to think, what do we do? What am I going to do? Oh dear. Because I'm still thinking, like, they should get... If I was at my job, I really would just call it a rain day. Because I just don't see how we would get Monday to work out. Like, that's the hard part. It's like, literally, I have the thumbnail made to where I could get up in the morning tomorrow and literally just stream. But if I go to work, it almost becomes meaningless, which really sucks. I don't want to take these tornado warnings lightly either, because watch, the moment I step away, and this almost always happens during any time I have to end a stream early, that's when things start wanting to go off again. It's like the storms might be scared of me from time to time. It's like, nah, let's try and make sure we don't do this in front of him. But either way, either way, it looks like I'm probably gonna have to go to bed before, like, right around 10 o'clock for safe measure, or like around 11 o'clock for safe measure. So what I'll do, I think like 9:30, 9:45-ish, we'll switch over to a quick discussion for tomorrow's threat, because we have to talk about it. I mean, it's a moderate risk. It's a level 4 out of 5. We can't not talk about it before I go, because that's going to be a big deal. And then I guess that's when I'll call it a night.
Sorry guys if you couldn't hear me.
His audio was out. Wow.
Headed back west now.
Oops.
Likely gonna call the chase. Figured I'd just get back home.
Oh,
Temperatures are plummeting right now. I was just sitting in 60, or not 60, 70 degrees, 70-degree temperatures. I mean, I'm already down to 52 to 51.
how's the wind over there? Is it bad?
Temperature gradient behind this cold front. I'm sure back home. It's even colder. Northwest Arkansas.
That's my other concern with tomorrow, is that the power doesn't go out. If the power goes out where I'm at, not great. It's hard to say, Renita, and thanks for the 5, by the way. Yeah, Jai was just talking about that on his stream, Justin. He said he's experienced a rapid temperature drop as he just finished going up to that line, so... gosh. But yeah, that was honestly expected to happen based off of some of the forecast models I saw last night, so I'm not all that surprised to see that ongoing. When I get my own place, I want a weather station too. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to do once I get my own place. I'm going to kit that thing out. Like a full-on weather station. Gonna have good grass, of course, because if anyone does my grass wrong, I'm gonna be really upset. Because I'll know what you were doing and everything. I'll know everything that you were doing and weren't doing, more importantly. So instead of just going through the hassle of trying to trust somebody and not wanting to wring their neck when they do it wrong, I'd rather just do it myself. It's more work, maybe, but who cares? I need that peace of mind. I need that peace of mind. Well, Jai's done for the night, guys. We definitely appreciate him jumping out there tonight. No, he didn't have to, but I'm glad he did it. I'm sure he just wanted to really mix it up. That would kind of be me sometimes, I'm sure. If I were to just jump out there during a thunderstorm, I probably would just say to you guys, like, hey, this is going to be like a little lightning show live stream, kind of like how Justin would do every once in a while, too. Just be like, hey, let's chat, man. The heck with it. Let's go. Yeah, I think what we'll do is at 9:45, we're going to try to go ahead and start talking about tomorrow's threat, and we'll go on from there. That sounds fair, right, guys? Plus, I will have been here for about 5 hours at that point. I mean, if nothing else, it would just be really relaxing for me, at least. And that's what matters. Okay. Yeah, I think for your area, Tim, that front's literally right behind those storms. So you're going to probably experience a decent temperature drop probably within the next hour, maybe even less. You're a little further to the south, though, so it may happen a little slower. But anywhere north of you, especially, the temperature drop's going to be pretty rapid. We could actually check that while we're at it. Yeah, I thought that storm was weakening. It definitely looked like it was losing some of the ice that was up higher in the atmosphere. So I had a feeling the updraft was weakening. It looks like I was right. Tornado watch up there is just about canceled now too, so sounds about right. Winter's weather advisories aren't that far away. I don't know if it gets to you or not as far as like the snow flurry potential, but definitely looks like things are slowing down there. Dang, and you guys were in the 70s earlier, Justin. Holy cow. This is the perfect kind of weather that you get sick to as well. So all of you guys that are having the front pass through, make sure you're staying warm tonight. Definitely keep yourselves warm. All right, so let me see something really quick. I should be able to show temperatures on here. They haven't even given me an answer yet, and that's what's the most frustrating part. Me personally, I just don't see a point in trying to go out there and work. I honestly would love to call out. It's not the kind of person I am. But you're going to make me drive through, but I'm just also like, you're going to make me drive through severe weather just to probably sit in my truck for 3 hours. And then probably still not be able to work because not only do we have that chance of converting over to snow flurries, it's going to be windy as all can be too. So I don't know, man. I'm not upper management though, and that's the stupid part. Well, it's not. No, it's just a stupid part. It's like You guys know I'm a weather nerd too. It's not like it's a secret that I'd have this channel as well. It's pretty well known. You know, it is what it is. By the way, Tim, yeah, it looks like it's a little bit more gradual for you guys as far as like the temperature drop. You'll probably drop like down into the mid 60s, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be quite as dramatic as what people like Jai and Justin are dealing with right now. I actually show you guys where the front is, or where the front was last seen, because they do surface front analysis like every 5 hours. I don't know when exactly the last update was though. Yeah, it's a lot further along than that, I'd say. $29 tonight and a high of 44 tomorrow. That's a huge drop. Well, we're gonna have our high probably overnight tonight, and then we're gonna drop rapidly throughout the day. So that's gonna be a thing for us. Me and Renita, when I'm referring to us, all of us over here in Georgia. I'm gonna check and see if the HRRR is available now, and then try to see if we can't do the discussion a little sooner. But I'm also remembering that it's like 48 scans to look through before it would be ready, so not really sure if it'll be ready anytime soon. Yeah, definitely needs to make sure your water drips. And another pro tip is leave your cabinets open under the sink, so more air gets to it, more warm air can get in from the house. Oh, that's a new one. I didn't know about that one. Cracking your attic. That makes sense, though. You just want that warmer air from the heat to get into the house. That's really the main thing. shoot, HRRR is only 21 scans in. There's like a whole another 27 to go. Yeah, we're gonna be here till like almost 10 o'clock. Is what it is. New tornado watch also has been issued for Alabama now. Northern half Alabama. It's even stretching into North Georgia or Northwest Georgia. We're still a long ways off from it getting here though, so nothing to be concerned with right now, but they are being preemptive at the Storm Prediction Center. The tricky part with these storms is going to be, regardless of what time they roll in, we're more than likely going to end up seeing a lot of the same situation. There could be more tornadoes down than what's being shown, simply due to the fact that these radar indicated cells probably can drop them quickly and then they'll lift just as quick. This is not really an environment at this juncture that's suited for long track tornadoes. Definitely think that's more tomorrow up towards like the Carolinas, Virginia, maybe into Maryland as well. See something. Ooh, we're at 24 likes. Holy cow. We're one away from our the higher end of our average. It's usually about 25. Really appreciate you guys tonight, man. Thank you. Appreciate you guys always, really. You guys are killing it tonight. Yes, absolutely, Justin. That could have been a whole lot worse. I'm grateful it wasn't, but I think tomorrow might be different. I have a little bit worse feeling for tomorrow. Oh, you see 25? I'll take that. All right. I'm grateful either way, man, whether it's 24 or 25. It's gone pretty well, I'd say. And the best part is damage has been minimal. Appreciate that, Renita. I really do. The potential was definitely there. Yeah, the Pi Day weekend. I haven't forgotten that one, that's for sure. That was a long stretch. 3 days, like, I don't know, was it like 2 or 3 different days where we were like live streaming, covering tornadoes. Yeah, it was a big day, or big weekend. Multi-day event. I heard Alferia did a video kind of highlighting the entire Outbreak sequence. I've yet to watch his retrospective on it. I might try and do that tonight after the stream. We're down to 4. We got our first tornado warning in Mississippi. Look at this mess of a storm. A couple inflow notches in here and there. Looks almost exactly like the other storms, though. Might be a weak point of rotation right here. Nothing on CC that I can immediately pick up on. The most suspicious thing could be that, but we see these blue pixels kind of sprinkled about, so could just be more noise. At this point, everything has been radar indicated. I would anticipate it continues to be that way. Yeah, you had a couple of close calls there. I remember at least one of them where you were watching it cross the road. Got pretty intense. And come to think of it, this was the first time that I had... This time last year was actually the first time I used WeatherWise. This app's really come a long way. Gotta hand it to them. They didn't even have a plus version, a plus edition or a pro edition, or only had like a handful of features, and now look at it. Time flies, man. Got all these different METAR overlays now. We can look at temperature, we can look at wind direction, dew points, wind speed. Also, shout out to them because they made me save a few extra bucks by getting rid of Radar Omega. Yeah, I figured that they would. But they were doing so well. But they were taking off like wildfire, man. But yeah, I'll say though that the features that they do have here, it's well worth it. You get satellite imagery, satellite loops, model data, composite radar data. And then on top of that, the Plus series was competing with the Alpha series on Radar Omega. So at the end of the day, I'm like, well, I'm paying half the price to get some of the same features that I was getting for 12 bucks. You know, I'd say that's a win. And I mean, ultimately, as far as like the quality, I think WeatherWise is a little bit easier on my computer compared to Radar Omega, because if I was like even 2 hours in on a stream, my computer would literally already be screaming at me. Right now, my computer is kind of in a chill mode. It's just like, yeah, we're just cruising right now. It allows me to have Storm Chaser feeds up, but with Radar Omega, that thing's just taking up all the all of our RAM all of my RAM, man. Like, and I mean all of it. And this is supposedly like a decent gaming PC. It's not like high end or low end either. So even though they charge me for stuff, I'm not complaining. Only thing I wish I could do is use the has cams, just because I have the app. But I know that broadcasting rights are weird, you know. So try not to do that. I try not to try to stay out of that. But I do need to talk to whoever the guy is at some point. Well, we have a considerable attack severe thunderstorm warning. We have both 1 1/4 inch hail, so that's half dollar size hail. And then we also have 70-mile-per-hour winds, both radar indicated with this. No tornado possible tag near Corinth, but still definitely something we need to watch. There are some little notches within the line too, so we can't sleep on it yet. Down to 1 tornado warning at this point. I think this is where we get our little break in the action for the night. And then we probably will end up seeing something come back in. Yeah, paying the developers, and then on top of that, they got storm chasers on here now. So yeah, they're gonna have to charge, and they have a pro version, which is even more expensive. So, but I don't really think I'll ever invest in that. I don't really see a purpose for me doing it right now. I am curious about it. I'd love a free trial if I could get one, but I don't think that the channel's big enough to where we'd get it. Where we would get Weatherwise's attention just yet. We're a ways off. I absolutely love the app as for what it's able to do. You know, they've definitely come a long way. Okay, we're at 31 hours. We should be close to ready to maybe do something. Just need a little bit more time. Your pup went on a mini chase. Please explain. Sounded like fun. I want to do that. I want to go on a little mini chase. She bark at the storm or something? Or did she chase a vehicle? Yeah, and that's one thing I really liked about Weatherwise. They forced Radar Omega to step its game up and get other chasers because everybody was leaving them because of how poor it was performing at the time. Like, I appreciate Radar Omega for what it was. Oh, she was in the car with Tammy? Nice. Appreciate you, John. Thanks for the 10 or $9.99. Definitely, I'm not, believe it or not, John, I'm actually not a coffee drinker. I don't handle caffeine well. Like, I get sick almost immediately. I usually will get like a mocha if I do get a coffee. Keep it on the light side. But yeah, strong caffeine in my stomach, that's a bad combination. You can ask anyone that knows me. Okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? I don't mind. I'm actually gonna look it up. Seriously. I actually will look it up. I know. I'm just playing around. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of people I know that can't go without coffee. That's even my mom to a point. Like, her morning cup is almost everything to her. My grandma was like that too, but me, man, I'll drink the coffee, And it's not that I don't enjoy how it tastes. I think it's all right. But literally within about hour or two, my body's just awful. My body just feels awful. Like I can barely move. Like I feel like I'm about to like just throw up. Then I end up going to the bathroom. It's a bad time for me. It's a really bad time. And everybody says I'm weird for it too, but like, hey, I can't help how my body processes it, you know? And it's even crazier that, because I do drink sometimes, but like, I feel like I could drink alcohol better than I could drink caffeine. That's the weirdest part. It's like, I handle alcohol better than I handle caffeine. Like, that sentence in itself sounds like madness. But it's the truth. I don't know how to explain that. I really don't. It's a good way to end spring break. Well, happy birthday, Tim, man. 58. That's impressive. Make sure you guys jump in chat and say happy birthday to Tim real quick, alright? And I'll tell you what, I'll throw in something else. If you get creative with the emoji usage, I'll pin your chat message. How about that? Or better yet, I'll let Tim pick, and then I'll pin it, even though it will mean absolutely nothing. Even though it will mean absolutely nothing. Pinning the message is about the coolest thing I can do. Dang, not a single person tried anything creative, man. Jeez. It's alright. I'm just messing with you guys. But yeah, happy birthday, Tim. Alright, guys. So, HRRR is just about loaded now. So what I could do is at least get started with tomorrow's forecast, because I mean, we only got to cover one day. We don't need to go into 48 hours unless you want me to talk a little bit about the winter weather threat, which is going to start to wane anyway by the time we get into tomorrow, because we had blizzard conditions ongoing a little further off towards the north, and then from that point, we're just going to be dealing with a little bit of severe weather and probably lake effect snow, truthfully. Uh-oh, hold on a second, guys. I got a message from work chat, I think. Oh, never mind. No, we didn't. Daggone it. All right, let's get to it, guys. I guess we're gonna do this little forecast here for tomorrow. Quick discussion, kind of go on from there. If you guys have any questions, of course, at any point, I'll do my best to answer them. Alright, so we're going to go over the timing first. We're going to do things a little different from the normal videos that I do, and then we're going to go over the parameters. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I know I clicked on that. Alright, so here's our line of storms right here. This is the time frame we have right now. It's about 9 o'clock Eastern time at the time of this model coming out. So like I said, line looks like it kind of goes through a little bit of a weakening phase by the time we get to about 11 p.m. Eastern time, 10 p.m. Central. We start to see a little bit of a resurgence begin right around 4 a.m. This is where we have that first little mess of storms making its way into Georgia. You can see a little bit of strengthening going on in Alabama with these helicity streaks that are beginning to form. By the time we get into about 5, 6 a.m., this is when we start to see a little bit of that peak in activity for both you and I, Renita. So definitely need to be watchful first thing in the morning. It's probably our peak amount of activity there. Then our attention starts shifting a little further off towards the north, where we see North Carolina, parts of Virginia getting a couple of discrete cells popping up. And then it's further out when we start to get towards 10 a.m., where we get these messier prefrontal action that is where I'm concerned about the tornado threat really starting to take off. By the time we get towards 12, we'll probably start to see things really begin to get out of hand a little bit over towards the Carolinas into Virginia. And then from there, we'll be starting to watch the threat kind of recede more to the north in time. I do think that the further north we go, the tornado threat starts to diminish. We start to get into a damaging wind threat as well. By the time we get into about 5 p.m., things are starting to drop off, but the front hasn't fully cleared yet. We might get one more line of storms by the time we get into about 8 or 9 o'clock. And then that will pretty much do it there. As far as some of the parameters are concerned, what I'm most interested in is the amount of instability we'll have available. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the surface base cape and go from that point. So look at the resurgence that we end up getting as we get later into the evening with Cape. And this is why we think that Alabama is still going to be in the running for a little bit of severe overnight by the time we get towards about 1, 2 p.m. Then as we go even further along here, you can see that things really start picking up by the time we get towards about 10 a.m. here. This little Cape nose really starts to push further up into those northern states by 10 o'clock, and this is when I think things start taking off here. Then as we go further along, this is when we start watching the northern states get into the action by about 2 to 3 o'clock. Then a lot of our instability starts to fade by the time we get towards 5 and 6. And from that point, I think that's when we are done there. Now, one thing that's not going to be a problem with the setup, and this is probably the strong point of the setup itself, is going to be the wind profile. We got this huge omega trough, I guess you would say. You know how we get those omega block ridges and high pressures like this one? It almost kind of feels like this is the opposite, essentially. It's a mega trough. So we get a strong jet stream that pops up with a jet streak that comes in early in the day. And this is going to be the catalyst behind our storms. These storms are going to probably be moving at about 50 to 60 miles an hour, so we could actually see these coming a little earlier. That could be the make or break with the day. Then as we go even further along, this is where we see things kind of really take off here for the northern states again. Upper level winds are just kind of screaming with this setup as a whole in general. And then as we continue to see that trough just kind of move through, like I said, there's also that chance that we'll see some snow flurries even as far south as my area, even your area, Renita. As far as looking at the mid-levels here, with the trough being as amped up as it is, it really shouldn't be any surprise that we're going to have ridiculously strong mid-level winds with our severe weather setup tomorrow. So again, damaging winds going to be the main threat. Tornadoes are also going to be possible as well, because we're going to have plenty of low-level jet energy as a whole too. But with these strong mid-level winds, incredible forcing available, a linear mode, how do you not expect it is really the better question. Now I want you to particularly pay attention to these wind barbs here as we get into the evening hours and overnight as a whole. So you can see that Alabama, as we talked about, The low-level jet really starts to ramp up by the time we get towards about 10, 11 o'clock central. And then as we continue to go onward, as the front begins to pass, we start to see that point begin to kind of weaken a bit. Then we're starting to look at that line go through Georgia. Seeing some strong low-level winds here. And that's really where our concern is going to be lying, is over towards this region here. I think just north of this, towards maybe east central Georgia, could be a point of interest too. But we'll have to see how that progresses going forward. And then also, like I said, over towards our main area, look at the low-level jet here. 60 knots. That is incredible. And we ended up seeing that as we get later into the evening, too, for the northeastern states. So, like I said, could be a couple rounds for some of these regions here. So, plenty to watch tomorrow. Like I said, I hope, honestly, upper management says that it's not really going to make sense to work, because really it's not. Especially given the fact that we're going to be dodging rain showers all day, regardless. Not really able to get much of anything done. And as a result, we end up getting 2 lines of storms over towards the northeast mid-Atlantic, and then we're done. Alright, so one other thing we're going to do before we go to bed here. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what reflectivity is going to look like as a whole. We looked at the storm threat, but also we need to discuss the wintry side, because like I mentioned, snow flurries are going to be possible later in the day, depending on where you are. So here's that storm system rolling through. Big drop in temperatures over here towards the Ozarks. Big time snow expected. And then watch this feature that pops up here by the time we get into the early morning hours on Monday. We actually get a nice little line of snow that pops in by the time we get towards 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As the temperature continues to drop, we have enough moisture in the frontal boundaries just close enough to where we get a little bit of a brief conversion here. And this ends up happening across parts of not only Tennessee, Kentucky, and the Ohio Valley, but all the way into Georgia and parts of Alabama too. Eventually this does clear out. Get a rapid temperature drop as we get into Tuesday morning, and it's going to stay pretty cold throughout the day. Eventually we bounce back by the time we get into Wednesday and Thursday. But this is the type of weather that really tests your immunity. Great get sick weather. Great flu weather. So, like I said, again, do what you need to do to keep yourselves warm. It's not going to be like a hard freeze or anything like that, but it's going to be a smack in the face for you for sure. Depending on where you are, it could be snowman making time. It could be snowman time, so you never know. Yeah, there's not a whole lot in Macon, or there wasn't at the time. Macon's kind of grown, kind of had a little bit of a renaissance in a way. But alright guys, I think that's probably going to do it. I haven't even heard of anything of a new tornado warning. Yeah, it's a live radar look and only one warning. So yeah, I think with this we're calling it a night here. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong, Renita? If you're worried that I won't be live tomorrow, I'll probably try to sneak in a live before maybe I end up going to work or not, or if I don't go to work. Gopher from Pennsylvania was what? Huh? Oh no. Oh no, they put him in time. They put him in timeout. But what's wrong, Renita? I mean, if you're worried that I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, I'm going to at least try to get it in early in the morning before I would end up having to go to work. But more than likely, one of two things happens. Either I end up going to work and then get sent home early, or I don't work and the power probably will go out because Georgia Power sucks. Let's just be honest. I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. Georgia Power sucks. Like literally, it makes no sense when our power outages happen, but they happen. So I can't have faith in them in a 60-mile-per-hour thunderstorm. So with that in mind, take care, everybody. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Might be too early for some of you. For others, I might be just in time. But good night. Make sure you stay safe, stay healthy, stay warm.